Hey there. Tonight's story isn't about victory or glory. It's about consequences, divine ones. The kind of punishment only the gods of Olympus could dream up. You'll wander through old myths and whispered warnings, hearing tales of mortals, demigods who pushed their luck a little too far. A liar here, a thief there, and always, somewhere in the clouds, a god watching, with lightning in one hand and a long memory in the other. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it actually brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is right now. It's oddly comforting to know who else is drifting off to the same quiet stories. So, breathe deep. Let the world grow quiet. And follow the trail of punishment through myth, marble, and thunder. You've tucked yourself in. The room is quiet. The world, for a little while, is no longer demanding your attention. Now let's drift back, not just in time, but beyond time, into the world of Greek mythology, a place where gods argued like relatives at a wedding, mortals made poor choices with remarkable consistency, and punishment was rarely proportionate, or merciful, or sensible, if we're being honest. Tonight's journey begins not with the punishment itself, but with the divine mind behind it. Because to understand why the gods punished, we must first understand who they were and what on earth made them so terribly moody. The Greek gods were a spectacular blend of brilliance and pettiness. Unlike the all-knowing, all-loving deities of later religions, the Olympians were, well, very human. They argued, they cheated, they got jealous, threw tantrums, and played favorites. They could bless you with beauty one day and turn you into a lizard the next. Their sense of justice had less to do with morality and more to do with mood. Zeus, for instance, the king of the gods, was known for his thunderbolts and, shall we say, a rather vigorous romantic life. He ruled Olympus with a heavy hand and an even heavier ego. Woe betide any mortal or titan who dared outshine him, disobey him, or most dangerous of all, make him look silly. Then there's Hera, his long-suffering queen, a goddess of marriage who spent most of her time dealing with her husband's affairs by punishing his mistresses and illegitimate children. Not exactly a modern approach to therapy, but it was consistent. Athena, goddess of wisdom, could be brilliant and composed one moment and the next she'd turn a talented weaver into a spider for daring to challenge her craft. The gods did not punish out of fairness. They punished out of offense. And the mortal sin wasn't always murder or treason. It was hubris, the act of stepping out of one's place, trying to be too clever, too proud, too equal to the gods. That, in Greek thinking, was the ultimate misstep. Not evil, but arrogant. And the consequences? Eternal. The word hubris doesn't translate neatly into modern English, but think of it as arrogant with a dash of impiety and a dollop of poor judgment. In Greek tragedy, hubris is what gets heroes killed, not evil, but the failure to know their limits. Try to fly too high, like Icarus, you'll fall. Think you're smarter than Zeus? You'll get chained to a mountain and have your liver pecked out daily. Boast that your children are more beautiful than the gods. You might watch them all perish and be turned to stone from grief. There's no gentle slap on the wrist in myth. There is only spectacle. This reflects how the ancient Greeks saw the world. Mortals were not meant to rival gods. Life was a delicate balance of knowing one's place, honoring the divine, and surviving long enough to die, respectively. The punishments in myth weren't just stories, they were cautionary tales, social instruction, and if we're being slightly cynical, entertainment. After all, these myths weren't tucked away in books. They were sung at festivals, painted on pottery, and performed in vast open-air theaters. The Greeks didn't just fear divine punishment, they admired it, the drama of it, the poetry. And sometimes, just sometimes, They suspected the gods enjoyed it too. Consider the logistics. If you were a god and truly wanted to make a point, what would you do? Whisper sternly in someone's ear? Leave a strongly worded letter? Not likely. You'd probably opt for something more theatrical. Turn a man into a stag, and let his own dogs tear him apart. Curse a family line for generations. Invent a snake-haired monster whose gaze turns people to stone. Classic divine overreaction. In this way, punishment became a kind of performance art, a spectacle of excess. Not just pain, but irony. The punishment always fit the crime, but in the most dramatic, often eternal way imaginable. A man cheats death? Let him push a rock uphill forever? A woman boasts of her weaving? Let her weave webs forevermore as a spider. A king refuses to worship Dionysus? Let him be torn to shreds by his own mother in a trance. In myth, punishment is not corrective, but it doesn't teach the character anything, because the character rarely gets to speak again. But it does teach the audience. It's a sort of divine billboard. Don't do this. And by this, they usually meant, don't anger the gods, don't step out of line, and perhaps most of all, don't become interesting enough to notice. Now, you may be wondering, where is justice in all this? That's a fair question. The ancient Greeks didn't have a linear idea of good and evil, at least not in the modern sense. They had fate, Moira, and fate didn't care about fairness. A person might be doomed from birth, like Oedipus, destined to kill his father and marry his mother, despite his best efforts to avoid it. Or like the house of Atreus, where everyone seemed cursed simply for being related to a man who once served his son at a dinner party. Long story, we'll get to it. The gods weren't always the source of these punishments. Sometimes fate moved even above them. Even Zeus, mighty and bearded, was occasionally at the mercy of fate's slow and dreadful wheel. But when the gods did punish, they often did it not because they had to, but because they could. And so, a certain quiet truth emerges from these stories. In Greek myth, punishment is rarely about moral balance. It's about narrative weight, about reminding us how small we are, and how easy it is to become a cautionary tale. Lest you think this is all just bedtime nonsense, let's gently step into the real world for a moment. The ancient Greeks built temples, dedicated hymns, and poured libations to keep the gods appeased. Not because they loved them, necessarily, but because they feared them. The gods were temperamental landlords in the skies, and you did not want to be the tenant who made too much noise. And yet, these same Greeks were philosophers, poets, and playwrights. They questioned the gods. They mocked them, gently, through satire and tragedy. They used myth as both reverence and rebellion. Euripides, for instance, filled his plays with divine cruelty, not to worship it, but to highlight its absurdity. Punishment, then, wasn't just a divine decree. It became a conversation about power, about pride. About the fragile line between order and chaos. And as we drift through these myths together, Prometheus and Sisyphus, Niobe and Arachne, we begin to see how the Greeks used their stories not to lull themselves with happy endings, but to stare into the truth of being mortal. That truth being, we are small, we are temporary, and we must tread lightly, especially if there's a goddess nearby with a grudge. Oddly enough, all this talk of divine torment can feel rather comforting. Why? Because in Greek myth, every misstep has meaning. Every error is noticed. Every slight, real or imagined, is answered. In a chaotic world, there is something soothing in the idea that the universe cares enough to punish. That even if you're punished unfairly, it's still part of the story. A story bigger than you. A story the gods are watching. Of course, whether that punishment is eternal torment or an awkward transformation into a bush, well, that's up to the gods. and they do have a flair for the dramatic. And so, dear listener, we prepare to descend into the quieter shadows of myth. Over the next few chapters, we'll wander gently through the underworlds of punishment, some brutal, some ironic, some unexpectedly beautiful. We'll meet a Titan who gave us fire and lost his freedom, a clever king cursed with futility, a mother whose pride became her statue, and a hunter whose last mistake was glancing the wrong direction at the wrong goddess. All of them, in their own way, punished not for wickedness, but for being a little too bold. So, take a breath. Let the world fall away. And remember, in Greek mythology, justice doesn't come softly, but sleep does. And that, at least, the gods can't take away from you. Prometheus had a gift for seeing what others could not. A Titan by birth, but far from brutish or monstrous. He was clever, thoughtful, dangerous in the way that wisdom often is. And, as it turned out, just irritating enough to provoke the king of the gods. Now, the thing about Titans is, they didn't have a great track record. Most were overthrown during the Titanomachy, the great war between the old gods and the new Olympians. Many were locked away in Tartarus, deep in the bowels of the earth, where the light of the sun was only a rumor. But Prometheus? He made a different choice. He sided with Zeus, a bold move, perhaps a shrewd one. Or maybe he just saw that change was coming and decided it was better to work with the future than against it. For a time, this alliance served him well. The Olympians defeated the Titans, claimed the heavens, and began to shape the world in their image. But once victory was won, Prometheus found himself with little to do. He was clever, after all, far too clever to sit quietly on a cloud. So he turned his attention to a peculiar species that had recently begun wandering the earth. Mortals. Upright, soft-skinned, endlessly curious. Compared to gods, they were nothing, barely more than animals with slightly improved posture. But Prometheus saw something in them, a flicker, not of fire, not yet, but of potential. The gods weren't interested in these mortals. Zeus in particular seemed to regard them as a passing fancy, a failed project. He wanted them ignorant, dependent, obedient, which is to say boring. He even forbade them from having fire, the divine spark of knowledge, of invention, of independence. Prometheus naturally ignored him. There are many versions of how the theft happened. Some say Prometheus scaled Olympus itself, hid a flame inside a hollow fennel stalk, and slipped away unseen. Others say he lit his torch from the fiery wheel of Helios's sun chariot as it rolled across the sky. However it happened, the result was the same. Fire came to man. It's easy to forget, in our world of electric stoves and glowing screens, just what a revolution this was. Fire meant warmth. It meant cooking, forging, protection. It meant light after sunset, and the first real shift in humanity's position in the natural order. Before fire, we were prey. With fire, we could shape the world. Prometheus gave us that. And for that, he would pay. Zeus was many things. Powerful, regal, occasionally charming, but he was not especially forgiving. To him, this was not merely theft. It was defiance, and it made him look weak, which, in the celestial pecking order, is an unpardonable sin. But Zeus did not rush into punishment. No, he took his time, plotted, designed something that would sting. More than mere death. First, he decided to strike humanity itself. After all, if Prometheus loved mortals so much, what better way to hurt him than to curse his precious creatures? He summoned Hephaestus, the divine blacksmith, and instructed him to fashion a woman, Pandora, beautiful, charming, and dangerously curious. The gods gifted her with all manner of traits: grace, elegance, musical voice, delicate hands, and the curiosity of 1,000 cats. And they gave her a box, or more accurately, a jar, filled with every sorrow and misery imaginable. She opened it, of course. That was her nature. And from that vessel spilled disease, famine, despair, jealousy, aging, betrayal, every misfortune. We now know. By the time she managed to slam the lid shut, only one thing remained inside: hope. Some say that was a kindness. Others think it a cruel joke. The gods, after all, had a flair for poetic ambiguity. With humanity now suitably cursed, Zeus turned to Prometheus. He had the Titan seized by force, chained to the bleak, craggy cliffs of the Caucasus Mountains, a landscape chosen not only for its remoteness, but for its utter indifference. Cold wind, endless rock, no shelter, no witness. Prometheus was shackled with divine chains, unbreakable, and biting cold. And then, each day, an eagle descended, Zeus's own sacred birds, and tore into the Titan's side to feast upon his liver. Not once, not symbolically, but again, and again, and again, every single day. At night, the liver regenerated. By dawn, the eagle returned. This was the punishment. Not death, but permanence. Not pain alone, but the knowledge that it would never end. In ancient Greek thought, the liver was more than just an organ. It was believed to be the seat of human emotion, the wellspring of vitality. To have it devoured daily was not just physical torment, but emotional obliteration, a kind of living unmaking, happening in cycles as regular as the sun. And why the eagle? Well, the symbolism writes itself. The king of the sky, Zeus's emblem, feeding on the rebellious Titan, every feather. A reminder that you do not challenge the divine order without consequence. But here's the thing. Prometheus never recanted. He never begged. He never apologized. He endured. In some versions, he even taunts the eagle. Perhaps to pass the time. Perhaps to remind himself that even in agony, he could still think, still reason, still outwit. He became not just a victim, but a symbol of resistance, of sacrifice, of the cost of giving others the tools to rise. It's worth noting that this punishment, though epic in its cruelty, was not without historical parallels. The Greeks admired cleverness, but only within bounds. Tricksters were amusing, so long as they didn't threaten the gods' authority. Prometheus crossed that line, and he suffered accordingly. Yet over time, the culture began to reframe his suffering, not as folly, but as noble rebellion. By the classical period, Prometheus was being reimagined in plays and poems. Aeschylus' Prometheus Bound portrayed him as a tragic hero, a lone voice of compassion, standing against divine tyranny. Even in agony, he spoke of hope for the future. His words were defiant, not broken. Centuries later, this image only grew. Romantics adored him. Mary Shelley famously subtitled Frankenstein as the modern Prometheus. Poets like Byron and Goethe saw in him the ideal rebel, intelligent, principled, and unyielding. In a world of kings and empires, Prometheus became an icon for the thinker, the artist, the scientist, anyone who dared to reach beyond what tradition allowed. But even myths must eventually move forward. And so we come to the end, or at least the interruption, of Prometheus' punishment. After many years, a new figure arrived on the scene. Heracles, mortal born, but mighty. Son of Zeus, ironically. Enough. As part of his famous 12 labors, Heracles was passing through the region when he came upon the suffering Titan. He saw the eagle. He saw the chains. And he acted. With a single arrow, well aimed and probably quite satisfying, he struck the bird from the sky. The eagle plummeted. Prometheus, for the first time in ages, breathed without agony. Heracles, then, shattered the chains and freed the Titan. Now, normally, this would provoke Zeus' fury. But not this time. Either he had grown bored of the whole affair, or he saw an opportunity to fold this act into Heracles' divine destiny. Some say Zeus had made peace with Prometheus. Others suspect he simply didn't want to reward disobedience. By reacting too strongly, kings have their pride, after all. Regardless, Prometheus was free. But freedom came at a cost. In some versions. He had to wear a ring forged from his old chains, with a sliver of the mountain stone embedded in it. A symbolic reminder that even freedom has its scars. It was also a clever way for the Greeks to explain the origin of finger rings. Yes, even jewelry has its mythological backstory. And so, the Titan who gave us fire was at last released. But the story doesn't end there. Prometheus continued to appear in later myths, often as a prophet or wise advisor. He had glimpsed the future, after all. He knew things even the gods didn't T, that he had warned Zeus once, long ago, about a child born to Thetis who would surpass his father in greatness. That warning had led Zeus to marry her off to a mortal, which eventually gave us Achilles. But that's another tale. What remains through all the centuries is the legacy. Prometheus is more than a character. He is an idea, the idea that knowledge matters. That sacrifice can be noble. That sometimes doing the right thing means suffering for it. And in the quiet hours of the night, when the world has gone still, there's a certain comfort in that. That one figure, bound, bleeding and burning with resolve, held fast in the name of compassion. That a spark, once given, can never be taken back. As you drift now, perhaps you imagine that spark, glowing gently, flickering not in firewood or torchlight, but in the minds of dreamers, carried from age to age, whispered in myth and story. The eagle is gone, the chains are broken, the mountain sleeps, and Prometheus, well, he's still thinking. Let that be enough for tonight. Sisyphus was the sort of man who could talk his way out of anything, and that, in the end, was exactly the problem. He was not a hero in the classical sense. He wasn't blessed with divine strength or chosen by the gods for greatness. His name didn't inspire bards to reach for their lyres or for warriors to raise a toast. Sisyphus was, above all else, clever. And in ancient Greece, cleverness, too much of it, could be dangerous. He ruled the city of Corinth, or Ephra, as it was called in those days, a prosperous port set between mountains and sea, the kind of place where trade flowed and tongues wagged. Under Sisyphus, it became wealthy, lively, and ever so slightly corrupt. He taxed the travelers, tricked his guests, and filled his treasury with coins wrung from diplomatic loopholes and creative accounting. He was, as you may imagine, not especially popular among the gods. Zeus, in particular, found him insufferable. There was the time Sisyphus revealed one of Zeus's rather scandalous affairs, not out of moral outrage, mind you, but to curry favor with a river god. Another time, he invited travelers to his city with promises of hospitality, only to murder them and steal their belongings. It wasn't very sporting, but none of this was quite enough to earn eternal torment. Not yet. What sealed Sisyphus's fate was something far more ambitious. He tricked death. Now, death in Greek mythology isn't a grim reaper with a cloak and a scythe. He's Thanatos, silent, solemn, and rather businesslike. He arrives when it's your time, and he does his job with minimal fuss. But when Thanatos arrived to collect Sisyphus, he found a man ready for him. Sisyphus had prepared a set of chains. He welcomed death, offered him wine, engaged him in polite conversation, and then, when the moment was right, bound Thanatos in his own shackles. And so, for a time, no one could die. It was a small miracle at first. Soldiers survived their wounds. The sick began to recover. Sacrifices wouldn't die on altars. A rather awkward problem for priests. Even old age itself seemed to pause. But soon, The miracle wore thin. Those who should have passed were left in pain. Battles turned into endless brawls. The earth groaned under the weight of the undying. People who longed for peace were denied it, and the gods were furious. Eventually, Ares, god of war and Veri, much inconvenienced by this pause in battlefield casualties, stormed into Corinth, tore open the dungeon, and freed Thanatos. Death resumed his duties. The balance of the world was restored. Can Sisyphus? He was seized at last and carried down to the underworld. But if you think that was the end of it, well, you've not yet understood Sisyphus. Before he died, he gave his wife an unusual instruction. When I'm gone, he said, do not bury me. Do not honor me. Leave me unwashed, unrobed, and coinless. A curious request, one might think, but very intentional. You see, in Greek belief, the soul could not properly enter the underworld without the rites. The coin beneath the tongue was for Charon, the ferryman, who rowed the dead across the river Styx. Without it, a soul would be stranded at the river's edge, like a traveler at a locked gate. Sisyphus used this loophole to his advantage. When he arrived in the underworld, he protested. My wife has dishonored me, he cried. She has refused my burial, denied me my rights. Let me return to the land of the living for just a few days to correct this offense. I promise to come back. Persephone, queen of the underworld, was moved. Or perhaps she was merely tired of the noise. She allowed him to return. And return he did. Not for a day, not for a week, but indefinitely. He resumed his rule, walked the streets, held court, laughed, drank, and smiled smugly at the skies. He had outwitted death twice, but of course the gods do not forget. Hermes, swift and sharp, was sent to retrieve him. No tricks this time, no excuses. Sisyphus was dragged down once more, this time for good. And then the sentence was passed. Now you might expect a thunderbolt, a lake of fire, perhaps a monstrous serpent. But no, the punishment was a stone. A simple boulder, massive, smooth, and impossibly heavy. Sisyphus was placed at the base of a great hill. He was to roll the boulder to the top, nothing more. No whips, no chains. Just the stone and the slope. So he pushed, muscles straining, feet slipping. Hours passed, then days, then years. With each push he drew closer to the peak. But every time, the boulder would slip from his grasp. Just before the summit, it would roll back down, thundering into the dust, and Sisyphus would begin again. There is no rest, no end, no applause, only effort, futility, repetition. This is what the gods devised for a man too. Clever to die. And it worked, beautifully. There's something devastating about a task with no meaning, no goal, no finish line. Other torments offer at least the possibility of resolution. This one does not. You may wonder, why such a punishment? Why not pain, or fire, or something loud and dramatic? Because the Greeks understood something quietly terrifying. The worst suffering is not violence, but meaninglessness. To struggle without purpose. To strive and never achieve. That is the real torment. And for a man like Sisyphus, who had always found a way out, there would be none this time. Yet centuries later, something curious happened. In the 20th century, the French philosopher Albert Camus reimagined Sisyphus. In his essay, The Myth of Sisyphus, Camus called him the absurd hero, a man who rebels not with weapons, but with persistence. He imagined Sisyphus at the moment that the boulder rolled back as he turned to descend the hill, not with despair, but with awareness. Camus argued that by knowing the futility in pushing anyway, Sisyphus became free. The struggle itself, Camus wrote, toward the heights is enough to fill a man's heart. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. It's a radical idea. That joy could exist within endless labor. that purpose could emerge from the choice to keep going. Perhaps Camus was right. Or perhaps he was just being poetic. But it's comforting to think that even in myth, where punishment often defines a person, there is still room for dignity. Of course, the ancient Greeks likely didn't intend such optimism. To them, Sisyphus was a cautionary tale, a man whose pride defied divine law, who refused to accept his mortality, and who paid the price. But the beauty of myth is that it survives reinterpretation. It stretches, it adapts, and so Sisyphus rolls on, not just in Hades, but in art, in thought, and in quiet human struggles everywhere. We are, in small ways, all Sisyphus. We rise each day, we face our tasks, we carry our weights, we slip, fall, and start again, and in the gentle hours of the night, when the world fades to stillness, that eternal hill doesn't feel so far away. Imagine it now, the quiet crunch of gravel underfoot, the early light of dawn, rushing to the bold awaiting, not menacing, but familiar. Sisyphus wipes his brow, sets his hands, breathes, and begins again. Not with anger, not with fear, just the rhythm of effort, the calm in repetition, the knowledge that the gods can only punish so much. And beyond that, there is peace in persistence. Let your own thoughts settle now. Let the hill fade. Let the boulder roll softly out of view. You're not trapped in the task. You're simply resting from it. Sleep well. Tantalus was once beloved by the gods, not merely tolerated, not grudgingly invited to Olympus like some misbehaving demigod cousin, but truly welcomed. A mortal king, perhaps even the son of Zeus himself, depending on which poet you ask, and held in high regard by those who rarely held mortals in anything but contempt. He dined at their table. He drank their nectar. He was allowed into their secrets, however cautiously. And as you might expect, that went terribly. Because in Greek mythology, the surest way to ensure your own downfall is not to defy the gods, but to be too close to them, not to step into their world and forget, even for a moment, that you are not one of them, that you are dust and they are eternal. Tantalus forgot, or perhaps he simply chose not to remember. He ruled over Lydia, a wealthy kingdom known for its gold and grandeur. By all accounts, he had everything a man could ask for: power, influence, divine favor. And yet, it wasn't enough. It rarely is in stories like this. Satisfaction is not a virtue in myth. Longing is. And Tantalus, for all his blessings, longed for more. Some say he began stealing food from Olympus, not because he needed it, but because he could. Ambrosia and nectar, the divine sustenance that kept the gods immortal, spirited away and handed to mortals as party favors, an act that might be considered generous, if it weren't also the equivalent of watering down the sacred wine. Others say he shared the secrets of the gods, prophecies, divine plans, gossip, perhaps. He took what was whispered in confidence and carried it down to earth, the way one might pinch a fig from a sacred grove and offer it as dessert at dinner. But worst of all, in the most infamous version of the myth, Tantalus devised a test. He wanted to see whether the gods truly were all-knowing, whether their claims to wisdom were more than ceremonial, so he invited them to a feast. And there, in a gesture so grotesque it strains belief, he served them a stew made from his own son, Pelops. It's worth pausing here, because even by the standards of Greek tragedy, this is excessive. Why? That's the eternal question. Was it arrogance? Insanity? A cynical, philosophical experiment? Perhaps Tantalus believed the gods wouldn't notice, or perhaps he hoped they would, and the horror would somehow affirm their divinity. Either way, he dismembered his own child, boiled the pieces, and placed the dish before the gods. They did. Notice all of them, except Demeter, who, still grieving the abduction of her daughter Persephone, was too distracted to pay attention. She took a single bite, a shoulder, before the truth was revealed. The gods recoiled in revulsion, but they also responded with a kind of eerie precision. They reassembled the boy, restored him to life, and replaced the missing shoulder with one crafted from ivory. Pelops, as it happens, would go on to have his own mythic saga, chariot races, curses, and children who made Greek theater look like an episode of daytime television. But Tantalus? He would be punished. And not in the usual fashion. Zeus didn't just strike him down. He didn't chain him in Tartarus or hurl him from Olympus. No, Tantalus was given a punishment that matched his crime. Not in violence, but in symbolism. He was placed in the afterlife, in a special part of Hades designed just for him. A personal hell, sculpted with exquisite irony. He was made to stand in a shallow pool of water. Around him grew trees heavy with fruit, apples, figs, pomegranates. The air was warm, the branches bowed with abundance. A feast for the senses, and he was starving. Whenever he bent down to drink, the water would drain away from his lips. Whenever he reached up to pluck a fruit, the branches would sway just out of reach. An eternal cycle of hunger and denial. That, in essence, is the punishment. Not fire, not chains, but endless almost. Tantalus is not torn apart. He is not howling in pain. He is simply waiting, longing, in a state of perpetual frustration. The fruit glows golden in the light. The water laps gently at his knees. But neither will ever satisfy. It's a punishment so elegant it almost feels quiet. No blood, no screaming, just yearning, an absence. That's where we get the word tantalize. Of course, to torment someone with the promise of something they cannot have. You've likely felt it in your own life. The job interview that went well but never called back. The dessert behind the glass just before payday. The endless scroll of what could be. Tantalus lives in that space forever. The ancient Greeks had a knack for poetic justice. Their punishments were rarely random. They echoed the crime. Tantalus, who once fed the something unspeakable, is now surrounded by food he cannot taste. He, who played with the divine order of nourishment and sacrifice, now hungers in the shadow of plenty. His crime wasn't just murder. It was the desecration of hospitality, a sacred value in ancient Greece. Xenia, a guest-friend bond, was protected by Zeus himself. To betray your guests or your hosts was to violate one of the pillars of Greek culture. Tantalus had eaten at the gods' table and then offered them horror in return. His punishment, then, is not just a torment, but an exile. He is no longer welcome at any table. Not mortal, not divine. He stands alone in a world that offers but never gives. It's deeply mythic, yes, but also quietly human. We all live with wants we cannot reach, desires that slip just out of grasp. Tantalus's pool is not only in the underworld, it is in the heart that longs and waits and never receives. And that is perhaps why his story endures. Not just because it's strange or grotesque, but because it reflects something familiar. That quiet ache, that reaching. The Greeks knew this feeling. Their world was one scarcity. Of fate, of fragile hopes. They built temples to thank the gods, yes, but also to beg them. To plead. To offer wine and grain in exchange for rain, for safety, for justice. Tantalus was a reminder of what happens when you take without reverence. When you cross the line, not just of propriety, but of sacred order. And yet, there is a softness in his sentence, a sort of terrible gentleness. No tormentor, no lash. Just the whisper of water and the rustle of leaves again and again forever. Art and literature have returned to Tantalus again and again. Painters have shown him half submerged. Reaching upward. Writers have invoked him as metaphor. Philosophers, from Plato to Nietzsche, have seen in him the embodiment of unmet desire, the tragedy of being almost divine, and yet bound by mortal hungers. In some versions he cries out Dot, in others he grows silent. Perhaps with time he no longer reaches. Perhaps he stands still, neck deep in memory, letting the wind and water swirl around him like the past. Or perhaps, and this is the cruelest possibility of all, he continues to believe that maybe next time the water will stay, that this time the fruit will not move. That hope, so famously left behind in Pandora's jar, has found a new home in him. That, too, is its own punishment. Let your mind now drift to that strange orchard. The light is soft. Pool is still. The trees hang heavy, swaying in the gentlest breeze. And there, in the middle, stands a man, not screaming, not weeping, just reaching. And the fruit is always just beyond his fingertips. And the water is always just below his lips. And time does not pass, or if it does, he cannot tell. Sleep now. You're not in that orchard, Dot. Your hungers are real. But they end. Your thirsts will be quenched. The fruit will not always sway away from you. But for now, let the image fade. And let the gods, petty, poetic, eternal, go on punishing those who reach too far. You need only close your eyes. The feast will still be there when you wake. Niobe was a queen, proud, radiant, and surrounded by children. So many children, in fact, that she sometimes lost count. Some say she had 6 sons and 6 daughters. Others say 7 and 7. A perfect symmetry. A full house, a mother's triumph. And Niobe was very proud of that. Too proud. She ruled the city of Thebes beside her husband Amphion, a man said to have built the city's walls with the music of his lyre. The two of them were a golden couple. Noble, talented, blessed. But it was Niobe who drew the eye. Not just for her beauty, but for her confidence, her certainty, her sense that she had earned, perhaps even deserved, everything she had. And this is where the trouble began. You see, pride in Greek myth is never just about being pleased with your accomplishments. It's about overstepping, forgetting one's place. And in Niobe's case, she began to forget that she was mortal. One day, as the city prepared to honor the goddess Leto, a quiet, dignified deity known mostly for giving birth to the twin gods Apollo and Artemis, Niobe looked around and asked a dangerous question. Why should the people worship Leto, who had only 2 children, when Niobe herself had many? It wasn't shouted. It wasn't carved into stone. It was, as these things often are, a moment of misplaced confidence. A queen surrounded by daughters and sons, looking at the temple preparations and thinking, surely I am more deserving of reverence than she. There's a word for this, of course. Hubris, mortal arrogance. The crime of thinking yourself equal to a god, or worse, superior. And in Greek mythology, hubris never goes unanswered. Leto heard the insult. Not directly, perhaps gods rarely eavesdrop in person, but words have a way of reaching Olympus. And though Leto was known for her grace, her response came through her children. She didn't send a plague. She didn't shake the earth. She simply sent her son and daughter, Apollo, god of music, prophecy, and light, and Artemis, goddess of the hunt, of wild animals and young women, divine twins born of the same mother that Niobe had mocked. They descended quietly, and one by one they killed Niobe's children. Some say Apollo took the sons and Artemis the daughters. Others say Artemis spared 1 daughter or 2, depending on the version, while Apollo left 1 son alive to carry the memory. The stories shift, as myths often do, but the essence remains. Niobe, the mother of many, became the mother of none. There was no battle, no defense. The children fell in the fields, in the palace by the altar. They died, not because they had sinned, but because they had been born to a mother who spoke too freely. Niobe fled. She ran to Mount Sipylus, her childhood home, weeping and hollow with grief. And there she begged the gods, not for mercy, not for vengeance, but for release, for the end of suffering. And the gods answered. They turned her to stone. She became a part of the mountain, her form frozen in rock, her face tilted downward. Her eyes, it said, continued to weep. A slow, eternal spring that trickled from the cliffside like tears that time could not dry. Even in her silence, Niobe mourned. There are many kinds of punishment in myth. Some are loud, filled with screaming and fire and spectacle. Others, like Niobe's, are quiet, still eternal. She wasn't torn apart or cast into Tartarus. She wasn't made to suffer grotesque physical torment. She was simply left with the memory, frozen, alone, weeping. And this, in many ways, is a more intimate kind of punishment. One that doesn't rely on chains or monsters, but on grief. A mother who once counted her children as trophies is now left to count only their absence. The myth serves, of course, as a warning. Don't boast, don't compare. Don't place yourself above the gods, especially in matters as sacred as birth and motherhood. Leto had only 2 children, but those 2 were divine. Niobe had many, but they were mortal. And in the cosmic scales of Olympus, quality outweighs quantity. Or so the gods would have us believe, but there's something else too, something deeper. Niobe's story isn't just about punishment, it's about the fragility of joy, the swiftness with which life can turn from fullness to emptiness, the way pride and love are often tangled together, indistinguishable until it's too late. Tantalus's pool is not only in the underworld, it is in the heart that longs and waits and never receives. And that is perhaps why his story endures, not just because it's strange or grotesque, but because it reflects something familiar, that quiet ache, that reaching. The Greeks knew this feeling. Their world was one scarcity, of fate, of fragile hopes. They built temples to thank the gods, yes, but also to beg them, to plead, to offer wine and grain in exchange for rain, for safety, for justice. Tantalus was a reminder of what happens when you take without reverence, when you cross the line not just of propriety, but of sacred order. And yet there is a softness in his sentence, a sort of terrible gentleness. No tormentor, no lash, just the whisper of water and the rustle of leaves again and again forever. Art and literature have returned to Tantalus again and again. Painters have shown him half submerged. Reaching upward, writers have invoked him as metaphor. Philosophers, from Plato to Nietzsche, have seen in him the embodiment of unmet desire, the tragedy of being almost divine and yet bound by mortal hungers. In some versions he cries out, in others he grows silent. Perhaps with time he no longer reaches. Perhaps he stands still, neck deep in memory, letting the wind and water swirl around him like the past. Or perhaps, and this is the cruelest possibility of all, he continues to believe that maybe next time the water will stay, that this time the fruit will not move. That hope, so famously left behind in Pandora's jar, has found a new home in him. That too is its own punishment. Let your mind now drift to that strange orchard. The light is soft. Pool is still. The trees hang heavy, swaying in the gentlest breeze. And there, in the middle, stands a man, not screaming, not weeping, just reaching. And the fruit is always just beyond his fingertips. And the water is always just below his lips. And time does not pass. Or if it does, he cannot tell. Sleep now. You're not in that orchard, Your hungers are real. But they end. Your thirsts will be quenched. The fruit will not always sway away from you. But for now, let the image fade. And let the gods, petty, poetic, eternal, go on punishing those who reach too far. You need only close your eyes. The feast will still be there when you wake. Niobe was a queen, proud, radiant, and surrounded by children. So many children, in fact, that she sometimes lost count. Some say she had 6 sons and 6 daughters. Others say 7 and 7. A perfect symmetry. A full house. A mother's triumph. And Niobe was very proud of that. Too proud. She ruled the city of Thebes beside her husband Amphion, a man said to have built the city's walls with the music of his lyre. The two of them were a golden couple. Noble, talented, blessed, but it was Niobe who drew the eye. Not just for her beauty, but for her confidence, her certainty, her sense that she had earned, perhaps even deserved, everything she had. And this is where the trouble began. You see, pride in Greek myth is never just about being pleased with your accomplishments. It's about overstepping, forgetting one's place. And in Niobe's case, she began to forget that she was mortal. One day, as the city prepared to honor the goddess Leto, a quiet, dignified deity known mostly for giving birth to the twin gods Apollo and Artemis, Niobe looked around and asked a dangerous question. Why should the people worship Leto, who had only 2 children, when Niobe herself had many? It wasn't shouted. It wasn't carved into stone. It was, as these things often are, a moment of misplaced confidence. A queen surrounded by daughters and sons, looking at the temple preparations and thinking, surely I am more deserving of reverence than she. There's a word for this, of course. Hubris. Mortal arrogance. The crime of thinking yourself equal to a god, or worse, superior. And in Greek mythology, hubris never goes unanswered. Leto heard the insult. Not directly, perhaps. Gods rarely eavesdrop in person, but words have a way of reaching Olympus. And though Leto was known for her grace, her response came through her children. She didn't send a plague. She didn't shake the earth. She simply sent her son and daughter, Apollo, god of music, prophecy, and light, and Artemis, goddess of the hunt, of wild animals and young women, divine twins. Born of the same mother that Niobe had mocked. They descended quietly, and one by one they killed Niobe's children. Some say Apollo took the sons, and Artemis the daughters. Others say Artemis spared 1 daughter, or 2, depending on the version, while Apollo left 1 son alive to carry the memory. The stories shift, as myths often do, but the essence remains. Niobe, the mother of many, became the mother of none. There was no battle, no defense. The children fell in the fields, in the palace by the altar. They died, not because they had sinned, but because they had been born to a mother who spoke too freely. Niobe fled. She ran to Mount Sipylus, her childhood home, weeping and hollow with grief. And there she begged the gods, not for mercy, not for vengeance, but for release, for the end of suffering. And the gods answered. They turned her to stone. She became a part of the mountain, her form frozen in rock, her face tilted downward. Her eyes, it said, continued to weep. A slow, eternal spring that trickled from the cliffside like tears that time could not dry. Even in her silence, Niobe mourned. There are many kinds of punishment in myth. Some are loud, filled with screaming and fire and spectacle. Others, like Niobe's, are quiet, still, eternal. She wasn't torn apart or cast into Tartarus. She wasn't made to suffer grotesque physical torment. She was simply left with the memory, frozen, alone, weeping. And this, in many ways, is a more intimate kind of punishment. One that doesn't rely on chains or monsters, but on grief. A mother who once counted her children as trophies is now left to count only their absence. The myth serves, of course, as a warning. Don't boast. Don't compare. Don't place yourself above the gods, especially in matters as sacred as birth and motherhood. Leto had only 2 children, but those 2 were divine. Niobe had many, but they were mortal. And in the cosmic scales of Olympus, quality outweighs quantity. Or so the gods would have us believe. But there's something else too, something deeper. Niobe's story isn't just about punishment, Dot. It's about the fragility of joy, the swiftness with which life can turn from fullness to emptiness, the way pride and love are often tangled together, indistinguishable until it's too late. It adapts to the time, to the teller, to the needs of the audience, but the punishment remains the same. And perhaps that is the point, because Artemis, for all her grace and purity, is not merciful. She is fierce. She protects her boundaries. She defends her mysteries. She is not a goddess to be explained. She is a force to be accepted, Dot. And when her privacy is broken, when her divine space is pierced, no matter how accidentally, she does not forgive. The transformation into a stag is no coincidence. Artemis is the goddess of the wild, Dot. To turn a man into prey is not just revenge. It's symbolism. It flips the order of the world. The hunter becomes the hunted. The master becomes the beast. The loyal hounds, once his pride, become the teeth of justice. There's something terrifying in that symmetry, something mythically precise. But there's also something very human in Actaeon's fate. How many times in history, in literature, in our own lives, has someone seen something they weren't meant to? Learned a truth too early? Witnessed a secret? A sorrow? A private pain? And been punished for knowing? Actaeon's sin is visibility, and his punishment is erasure. He is silenced, removed. His memory exists, not as a hero, but as a warning, a whisper. Don't go too far into the woods. Don't look too long. Don't follow the sound of water, Dot, and yet we do. Humans always have. We are drawn to mystery, Dot, to beauty, to the edges of what we understand. That's the tragedy of Actaeon. He did what so many do. Walked a little too far. Looked a little too long. Asked a question with his eyes. And found no answer. Only punishment? And Artemis? She remains untouched. She slips back into the glade. The water stills. The leaves grow quiet. And the myth rolls forward. Some say that after his death, the gods took pity on Actaeon, that his soul was welcomed gently into the afterlife, that he was restored in some other form. Somewhere else, others say nothing. Just a story. Just a name. Just a man who became a deer. And then a memory. Let your thoughts settle now in that forest. The air is cool. The light filters softly through the trees. A stream trickles nearby, Dot. Its water clear and cold. You walk carefully, respectfully. The dogs are gone. The hunt has ended. There is only peace here now, Dot. And if you look, not too long, not too close, you might see the shadow of antlers in the trees. The flicker of a shape that once was human. A whisper of a man who saw and ran and fell. The gods are not watching. Not tonight, but the woods are. Let them keep you safe. Let sleep come like mist among the trees. Let the story end in silence. Arachne was born without a drop of divine blood. No noble lineage, no famous father or magical prophecy. She was just a girl from Lydia, a small region in Asia Minor, known more for its wool than its warriors. Her parents were humble. Her mother wove cloth for the markets, her father dyed the thread, soaking the fibers in purple drawn from rare sea snails. They were not wealthy, but their household was quiet, industrious, and content. And into that quiet life, Arachne brought beauty. From a young age, her hands worked the loom with a skill that felt more than human. Her fingers danced through the warp and weft, coaxing silk and wool into patterns so fine, so impossibly delicate, that even the older women at the market paused to watch. Her tapestry shimmered like water, breathed like clouds. Birds stitched in thread seemed ready to fly. Leaves wove themselves into breezes. Horses galloped across linen fields. People began to talk. Some said she must have been taught by the goddess Athena herself, the patroness of wisdom, of crafts, of weaving. Who else could explain such talent? But Arachne, perhaps still young, or perhaps already growing tired of. The whispers said no doubt she had learned from no one. Her skill was her own, hard-won, practiced, perfected. And then she said something she should not have said. She claimed she was better than Athena, not just gifted, not equal, better. In Greek mythology, this is where the quiet part of the story ends. Because no matter how skilled or beloved a mortal is, comparing oneself to a god, or worse, outshining them, is the spark that lights the fuse. The word for this, once again, is hubris. It is not always wickedness that invites divine wrath. Sometimes it's simply the act of forgetting that you are small, that your place in the cosmos is below, not level, not above, just below. And so, as stories go, the goddess heard her name spoken. Athena, daughter of Zeus, gray-eyed and ever watchful, listened as this mortal girl declared herself the superior weaver. And, to no one's surprise, she came down to earth to see for herself. But gods don't always arrive with thunder. Sometimes they come in disguise. Athena took the form of an old woman, hunched, wrinkled, with eyes like polished stone. She visited Arachne's workshop and offered a warning. A chance, really, she told her, be humble. Thank the gods for your gift. Apologize. Turn back. But Arachne, flushed with youth or blinded by pride, perhaps both, refused. She said plainly that she stood by her claim, that she would welcome a contest, that if the goddess of weaving thought herself so superior, she should prove it. And Athena, no longer amused, revealed herself. Her disguise fell like a shawl. She stood tall, glowing in her divinity, her gray eyes blazing, not with rage, but with something colder, resolve. The contest began. 2 looms. 2 sets of threads. 2 women. 1 mortal, 1 divine, side by side in silence. The challenge wasn't just about skill. It was about artistry. Vision. Who could best tell a story through fabric and thread? Athena wove first. Her tapestry was filled with order and glory. In rich, regal tones, she depicted the triumphs of the gods, scenes of Olympus at peace, of mortals paying homage, of divine justice reigning over the world. At each corner, she wove cautionary tales. Mortals punished for pride, for disrespect, for thinking themselves too clever. It was essentially a threat, stitched in gold. Arachne wove next, and her tapestry was flawless. She chose a different story. She showed the gods not as just or kind, but as flawed, as cruel, as selfish. She wove scene after scene of divine misconduct. Zeus seducing mortal women in the guise of swans and bulls. Poseidon chasing nymphs. Apollo abandoning lovers. She did not lie. These were tales known and whispered, painted on vases and sung in secret. But she told them with such precision, such beauty, that her work glowed. Even Athena, it said, could find no fault in the craftsmanship. And yet the message was clear. Arachne had done more than compete. She had accused. The room was silent. The goddess stood. The mortal girl held her breath. And then Athena tore the tapestry to pieces. She did not strike Arachne. She didn't need to. Her fingers tore through the cloth like wind through silk. The threads unraveled. The scenes dissolved. And Arachne, humiliated and overwhelmed, did what mortals often do when they learn the gods can destroy what they love most. She fled. She wept. And then, in some versions, she hanged herself. The myth doesn't pause to consider how young she was, or how cruel it is to give someone talent and then punish them for using it truthfully. But Athena, perhaps feeling the weight of her fury, chose not to let Arachne die. She touched the girl's body and changed it. Her limbs shrank, her skin darkened, her fingers multiplied and thinned, her eyes grew, her body rounded. Arachne became the first spider, and she would weave forever, no longer on a loom, but in corners, in rafters, in shadows. Her tapestries, now made of silk, no longer told stories, not ones we can read, but they glistened in dew, shimmered in moonlight. They captured not fame or reverence, but flies. Her punishment was not pain, it was transformation. Athena did not kill her. She gave her eternity, but not as a girl, not as a rival, as a creature beneath notice, spinning quietly in the corners of the world. And there she remains. It's easy, perhaps, to miss the cruelty in this myth. Arachne is not burned, not banished, not torn apart, but she is reduced. She is made less than she was, and made eternal. It is the punishment of visibility, turned to invisibility. A girl once, praised across cities, is now something you flick away or trap in a glass. And yet, she spins. Despite everything, the spider still weaves. Even today, their webs, intricate, patient, purposeful, remain a testament to a girl who once dared to speak truth through thread. The myth of Arachne raises questions that never quite settle. Was she wrong to boast? Was she foolish to speak the truth through her craft? Should she have lied? Would that have saved her? Or was this always her fate? To create something perfect, and be punished not for the work, but for who she was. In Greek mythology, talent is often a double-edged gift. Mortals are praised for their gifts, then punished for enjoying them too much. Daedalus built wings and lost his son. Orpheus sang too beautifully and turned to look. Arachne wove too well and told the wrong stories. Perhaps the real crime wasn't that she challenged the gods, but that she revealed them. Athena is often described as a wise goddess, thoughtful, measured. But wisdom, when wounded, can be sharp. She didn't just win the contest. She ensured that Arachne would never be able to create again as a human, only as a whisper, a thread. And yet spiders continue, patient, silent, meticulous. They spin in barns and caves and windowsills. Their silk stronger than steel, invisible until it glints. They are not celebrated, but they endure. And in that quiet perseverance, perhaps Arachne has found a kind of peace. Let your mind drift now to a small, dark corner of a quiet house. A web stretches across a beam, delicate, intricate, unnoticed by most. And in its center, a tiny creature waits, not in fear, not in anger, just in stillness. She no longer boasts, she no longer weeps. She simply spins. And in the hush of night, when the world is asleep, and the gods have turned their eyes elsewhere, the spider remembers who she was, not with regret, but with the calm of someone who told the truth once, and never had to speak again. Let that silence hold you now. The loom is gone, but the thread continues. Sleep as Arachne spins. Pentheus was a rational man, a king, young, sharp, and confident. Perhaps a little too confident. He ruled over Thebes, the ancient city famed for drama, for tragedy, and for never quite getting a quiet day. Pentheus had inherited the throne from his grandfather, Cadmus, and unlike the old king, he had little time for gods, omens, or mystery. Where others saw signs, Pentheus saw disorder. Where others whispered of divinity, he spoke of discipline. And of all the gods, there was one he found especially distasteful, Dionysus, the god of wine, of revelry, of madness, the bringer of ecstasy and confusion. a god who danced where others marched, who laughed where others lectured. To Pentheus, Dionysus was the embodiment of everything a kingdom should avoid: wildness, emotion, chaos, the unbuttoning of the human mind. He did not fear this god, he despised him. And when word reached Thebes that Dionysus had returned, spreading his cult across the countryside, Pentheus was not impressed. The stories were already swirling. Women leaving their homes, abandoning their looms and cradles, running off into the mountains, dancing, singing, tearing animals apart with their bare hands. The Bacchae, they were called, female followers of Dionysus, caught in holy madness. To Pentheus, it sounded like hysteria. Disorder masquerading as religion, and so he did what kings often do when faced with something they don't understand. He cracked down. He ordered the Bacchic rites banned, the vineyards uprooted, the drums silenced. He sent soldiers into the hills to arrest the women and bring them back in chains. He was going to restore order, reason to Thebes. And then a stranger arrived, handsome, calm, with eyes that glinted like dark wine. He wore no armor, he carried no weapon. But when he spoke, people listened. He claimed to be a follower of Dionysus, and more than that, a living testament to the god's power. He didn't shout, he didn't threaten. He simply said that the god had returned, and that those who rejected him would suffer. Pentheus, of course, had him arrested. The stranger went peacefully. The guards dragged him to the palace and threw him into the dungeon. Pentheus came down to see him, to question him, to mock him. And there, in the dark of the prison, the stranger warned him. Dionysus does not like to be ignored. But Pentheus laughed. He mocked the stranger's long hair, his soft hands, his feminine robes. He called him weak, deluded. He threatened to torture him, to cut off his hair, to show him what power really looked like. And still the stranger smiled. When the guards tried to shackle him, the palace trembled. The chains fell, the torches blew out, the doors swung open on their own. As cruel as selfish, she wove scene after scene of divine misconduct. Zeus seducing mortal women in the guise of swans and bulls, Poseidon chasing nymphs, Apollo abandoning lovers. She did not lie. These were tales known and whispered, painted on vases and sung in secret. But she told them with such precision, such beauty, that her work glowed. Even Athena, it said, could find no fault in the craftsmanship. And yet the message was clear. Arachne had done more than compete, she had accused. The room was silent. The goddess stood. The mortal girl held her breath. And then Athena tore the tapestry to pieces. She did not strike Arachne. She didn't need to. Her fingers tore through the cloth like wind through silk. The threads unraveled. The scenes dissolved. And Arachne, humiliated and overwhelmed, did what mortals often do when they learn the gods can destroy what they love most. She fled. She wept. And then, in some versions, she hanged herself. The myth doesn't pause to consider how young she was, or how cruel it is to give someone talent and then punish them for using it truthfully. But Athena, perhaps feeling the weight of her fury, chose not to let Arachne die. She touched the girl's body and changed it. Her limbs shrank, her skin darkened, her fingers multiplied and thinned, her eyes grew, her body rounded. Arachne became the first spider, and she would weave forever, no longer on a loom, but in corners, in rafters, in shadows. Her tapestries, now made of silk, no longer told stories. Not ones we can read, but they glistened in dew, shimmered in moonlight. They captured not fame or reverence, but flies. Her punishment was not pain, it was transformation. Athena did not kill her. She gave her eternity, but not as a girl, not as a rival, as a creature beneath notice, spinning quietly in the corners of the world, and there she remains. It's easy, perhaps, to miss the cruelty in this myth. Arachne is not burned, not banished, not torn apart, but she is reduced, she is made less than she was, and made eternal. It is the punishment of visibility, turned to invisibility. A girl once, praised across cities, is now something you flick away or trap in a glass. And yet, she spins. Despite everything, the spider still weaves. Even today, their webs, intricate, patient, purposeful, remain a testament to a girl who once dared to speak truth through thread. The myth of Arachne raises questions that never quite settle. Was she wrong to boast? Was she foolish to speak the truth through her craft? Should she have lied? Would that have saved her? Or was this always her fate? To create something perfect, and be punished not for the work, but for who she was. In Greek mythology, talent is often a double-edged gift. Mortals are praised for their gifts, then punished for enjoying them too much. Daedalus built wings and lost his son. Orpheus sang too beautifully and turned to look. Arachne wove too well and told the wrong stories. Perhaps the real crime wasn't that she challenged the gods, but that she revealed them. Athena is often described as a wise goddess, thoughtful, measured, but wisdom, when wounded, can be sharp. She didn't just win the contest. She ensured that Arachne would never be able to create again as a human, only as a whisper, a thread. And yet spiders continue, patient, silent, meticulous. They spin in barns and caves and windowsills. Their silk stronger than steel, invisible until it glints. They are not celebrated, but they endure. And in that quiet perseverance, perhaps Arachne has found a kind of peace. Let your mind drift now to a small, dark corner of a quiet house. A web stretches across a beam, delicate, intricate, unnoticed by most. And in its center, a tiny creature waits, not in fear, not in anger, just in stillness. She no longer boasts, she no longer weeps. She simply spins. And in the hush of night, when the world is asleep, and the gods have turned their eyes elsewhere, the spider remembers who she was, not with regret, but with the calm of someone who told the truth once, and never had to speak again. Let that silence hold you now. The loom is gone, but the thread continues. Sleep as Arachne spins. Pentheus was a rational man, a king, young, sharp, and confident. Perhaps a little too confident. He ruled over Thebes, the ancient city famed for drama, for tragedy, and for never quite getting a quiet day. Pentheus had inherited the throne from his grandfather, Cadmus, and unlike the old king, he had little time for gods, omens, or mystery. Where others saw signs, Pentheus saw disorder. Where others whispered of divinity, he spoke of discipline. And of all the gods, there was one he found especially distasteful, Dionysus, the god of wine, of revelry, of madness, the bringer of ecstasy and confusion, a god who danced where others marched, who laughed where others lectured. To Pentheus, Dionysus was the embodiment of everything a kingdom should avoid: wildness, emotion, chaos, the unbuttoning of the human mind. He did not fear this god, he despised him. And when word reached Thebes that Dionysus had returned, spreading his cult across the countryside, Pentheus was not impressed. The stories were already swirling. Women leaving their homes, abandoning their looms and cradles, running off into the mountains, dancing, singing, tearing animals apart with their bare hands. The Bacchae, they were called, female followers of Dionysus, caught in holy madness. To Pentheus, it sounded like hysteria. Disorder masquerading as religion, and so he did what kings often do when faced with something they don't understand. He cracked down. He ordered the Bacchic rites banned, the vineyards uprooted, The drums silenced. He sent soldiers into the hills to arrest the women and bring them back in chains. He was going to restore order, reason to Thebes. And then a stranger arrived, handsome, calm, with eyes that glinted like dark wine. He wore no armor, he carried no weapon. But when he spoke, people listened. He claimed to be a follower of Dionysus. And more than that, a living testament to the god's power. He didn't shout, he didn't threaten. He simply said that the god had returned, and that those who rejected him would suffer. Pentheus, of course, had him arrested. The stranger went peacefully. The guards dragged him to the palace and threw him into the dungeon. Pentheus came down to see him, to question him, to mock him. And there, in the dark of the prison, the stranger warned him. Dionysus does not like to be ignored. But Pentheus laughed. He mocked the stranger's long hair, his soft hands, his feminine robes. He called him weak, deluded. He threatened to torture him, to cut off his hair, to show him what power really looked like. And still the stranger smiled. When the guards tried to shackle him, the palace trembled. The chains fell, the torches blew out, the doors swung open on their own. The stranger vanished, not with a bang, but with a sigh. And suddenly, Pentheus found himself curious. He called his advisors, asked them about the Bacchae. What did they really do out there in the woods? What rituals did they perform? What did they wear? He wanted to go to see. But how? A king would never be allowed. The women would scatter, the rituals would stop, and then the stranger returned. He offered a disguise, a dress, a wig, a veil. "Let me make you one of them," he said. "Let me take you to the mountain, and you can see for yourself what Dionysus does in the wild." And Pentheus, logical, practical, proud Pentheus, agreed. Why? Perhaps it was madness or vanity, or the first sip of Dionysus' influence, not in wine, but in curiosity. He dressed. He painted his face. He smiled into a mirror and thought for a moment that he'd looked rather fine. The stranger led him into the woods, and the trees grew darker. Up the mountain they went, deeper into the land of ivy and drums. Wind sang through the leaves. A scent of wine and earth filled the air. And then voices, laughter, song, shrieks of joy. The Bacchae danced in a clearing, wild and radiant. They moved like creatures without weight. Their eyes glowed with something. Not entirely human. Pentheus stood behind a tree, peering through the leaves, watching. He didn't understand what he was seeing. The ritual was beyond words. It was not reason. It was not logic. It was surrender. These women were not out of control. They were freed. And in that moment, something in him shifted, but it was too late. The stranger whispered one final word in his ear and left. And the Bacchae turned. Here they saw the intruder. This false woman, hiding behind the branches. And madness filled them. This is the heart of Dionysus's power. Not destruction, but dissolution. He does not burn you. He unravels you. The Bacchae surged forward. They tore through the trees. They seized Pentheus, still in his dress, still stunned, still reaching for a name he could no longer remember. And among them was Agave, his mother. She, too, was deep in the god's trance. She saw not her son, but a lion, a beast, a threat to the sacred grove. She led the charge. She took his head. And only later, as she carried it down the mountain in triumph, did the madness fade. She saw what she held, what she had done, and she wept. Pentheus's body was buried, quietly. There was no royal funeral, no grand speeches. Thebes fell into silence. And the stranger? He revealed himself fully at last. He was Dionysus, god not just of wine, but of transformation, of blurred lines, of the soft places where control gives way to chaos. He had warned them. He had offered grace. And now he was done. He left the city just as softly as he had arrived. What do we make of this story? It is not a tale of evil punished. Pentheus was not a monster. He was proud, rigid, afraid of what he could not command. That is what Dionysus punishes. Not crime, but resistance. In Greek thought, Dionysus is the god who reveals what we keep hidden. He tears away masks. Not to mock, but to liberate. To show you who you are, when no one is watching. Pentheus could not bear that. And so he became the mask. The myth is haunting, because it is not wrong to seek order. But when order becomes denial, when structure becomes fear, the gods send their answers in madness. There is something modern about Dionysus, something psychological. He represents the part of us we lock away, the cry we silence, the truth we avoid, and when we ignore it too long, it finds us. In Greek tragedy, this story is told by Euripides in the Bacchae, a play where the god is both gentle and terrifying, where the chorus sings of freedom and the stage ends in blood. But Euripides, ever the ironist, does not give us easy answers. He does not say Dionysus is right. He simply says, "This is what happens. You cannot suppress the soul forever. And if you try, it will rise in many ways. This is a story about the cost of ignoring what is wild in ourselves. About what happens when we mock the parts of life that don't fit neatly into reason. About what happens when we stare too long at the mirror and forget who is staring back. Let your thoughts drift now to that mountain. The drums have faded. The women sleep. The wind moves softly through the trees. And somewhere, deeper still, the god smiles. Not in vengeance, but in understanding. He knows that sleep, too, is a kind of surrender. So let go. Let the city of Thebes fall silent. Let the wild pass by. And let the night carry you gently into dreams beyond the edge of reason. Tiresias was not born into greatness. His name did not inspire awe when he was young. He wasn't visited by oracles in his cradle, or singled out by gods with glowing prophecy. He was, at first, simply a child in the city of Thebes, a place that seemed to attract more than its share of disasters and destinies. Thebes was not quiet, but Tiresias was. From his earliest years, he was a watcher, not a daydreamer, exactly. Just someone who saw more than he said. He listened when others talked, and noticed when others overlooked. He paid attention to little things. Patterns in birdsong, the shift of wind before rain, the way someone's eyes lingered too long on silence. It's tempting to call him wise, even as a boy, but that's not quite true. He was curious, alert, sensitive to the movements of the world, and that eventually led him into the woods and into myth. The moment that changed him forever did not arrive with music or thunder. It came in the hush of a forest clearing, in the flicker of light through high branches. Tiresias was walking alone. No company, no quest. Just step on a soft path, and a mind tuned to the sounds of nature. And then he saw them, two snakes, twisting in the grass. Some say they were fighting. Others say they were mating. Myth doesn't always distinguish between violence and intimacy, especially not when it comes to snakes. Perhaps Tiresias saw in their dance something unsettling, or perhaps he simply thought he was breaking up a quarrel. Whatever the reason, he raised his staff and struck, and the world changed. In a breath, his form shifted. His balance changed. His strength moved inward. He looked down and realized he no longer recognized his own body. He had been turned into a woman, not merely a man in disguise, not half this or half that, entirely, wholly changed, as though he had always been her, and with no explanation, no divine voice, no echo from the sky, Tiresias stepped forward into a new life. What followed was not madness. It was simply life. For 7 years he lived as woman. He worked. He moved through cities and marketplaces. He gathered water, wove cloth, perhaps even taught. Some say she married. Some say she gave birth to a child. Some say she remained alone, but curious always. What is certain is this. She remembered Dot. She remembered what it meant to be seen, not as a prophet or a man, but as a woman. With all the unspoken expectations that came with that, she noticed how the world shaped its attention, not how authority changed based on voice. How touch meant something different when offered and when taken. She noticed softness in some things, hardness in others. She learned and she stored that knowledge. 7 years passed. Then one day, as if pulled by a thread, Tiresias returned to the woods, to that same clearing. And there again were the snakes, still entangled, or perhaps their descendants. It hardly matters in myth. What matters is the act. This time she did. Not strike, she let them be. Or, in some versions, gently separated them. And once again, transformation. Tiresias became a man again, but not the same man. There is something quietly astonishing about a person who has lived life as both woman and man. Not imagined it, not dressed as it, but been it, fully. Who knows not just how it feels to be one, but how others behave toward you because of it. Difference between being the subject of attention and the object of it. Between being listened to and being heard. That knowledge, once gathered, never leaves. And it did not leave Tiresias. He carried it like a stone in his pocket. Not heavy, but always there, and it might have ended there. A private story. A mystery known only to one, but this is a Greek myth, and the gods do not leave mysteries alone for long. Some time later, how much later, no one says, the gods began to argue. Zeus and Hera, husband and wife, king and queen of Olympus, were locked in one of their usual disputes. Their marriage was not known for peace. This time, the subject was pleasure. More specifically, who experienced more pleasure in love? Zeus claimed it was women. 10 times more, he said. Hera, who did not enjoy being corrected, especially by her famously unfaithful husband, insisted. It was men. They bickered. They raged. And finally, someone remembered Tiresias. He had been both. He would know. And so he was summoned. Not a RCED, not summoned. The gods rarely ask anything. And there, in their presence, he was given the question. No lead-in, no context. Just who experiences more pleasure in love, man or woman? He did not flinch. He said, of 10 parts, woman enjoys 9. Zeus smiled victorious. Hera did not, and just like that, in a flash of divine impulse, she struck Tiresias blind. There was no warning, no trial, just darkness. Tiresias stood still. There was no scream, no begging. He simply lowered his head. But Zeus, who had gotten the answer he wanted, felt a flicker of remorse. Or perhaps, in a rare moment, justice. And since the blindness could not be undone, even the gods are bound by some laws. He offered a gift instead, prophecy. He touched Tiresias and opened his inner sight. From that day forward, the blind man could see what others could not, the future, the paths of fate, the shape of what would come. He could no longer see the color of the sky, but he could see the ending of kings, the downfall of cities, the truth that people ran from. And so Tiresias became a prophet, not a loud one, not dramatic, just certain. He appears in many stories after this, often in Thebes, often saying things no one wants to hear. He tells Oedipus that he is not who he thinks he is, and is accused of madness. He tells Creon to spare Antigone, and is ignored. Again and again, Tiresias appears like a shadow, uninvited, unwavering. He speaks truth not because he wants to, but because he must. And that, too, is a kind of punishment. To always know. To always be right. Can to watch the world choose the wrong path anyway. Prophecy in Greek myth is not power. It is sorrow, and Tiresias carries it with quiet grace. He is not bitter, not boastful. He listens more than he speaks. He walks slowly. He holds his staff gently, tapping the ground ahead of him. He smells the air. He hears everything. There is wisdom in blindness, not romanticized, just real, the kind that comes when your eyes are no longer distracted by surfaces. And all that's left is sound and pattern and intuition. The Greeks did not pity him. They respected him. They made him the one who saw what others could not bear to see. And because of that, he is always alone, never worshipped, never adored, just remembered. His punishment is not the blindness. It is being believed only too late. Even Odysseus, the most cunning of heroes, must descend into the underworld just to hear Tiresias' voice. Not because Tiresias demands it, but because, in the end, all roads lead to him. The blind man in the dark, still whispering truth. Let your thoughts slow now. Imagine him walking a quiet path. Thebes far behind him. The future still unwritten ahead. He touches the earth with his staff, gently. He knows where the cracks are. He knows where the stones give way. He does not rush. The world moves around him, and he walks through it like a song almost forgotten. No punishment left now, only understanding. Let that calm settle over you. The gods are silent, the city sleeps, and Tiresias dreams. Not of what was, not of what will be, but of what is. The stillness between questions. The moment, just before the truth. And you, too, are allowed to rest now. No riddles. No prophecy. Just sleep. Greek mythology does not have saints. It has survivors. It has cautionary tales. It has mortals and gods locked in an endless waltz of power, desire, and delicate negotiation. It also has punishments. So many punishments. Doled out not. Always in proportion to crime, but often in disobedience. Or pride, or merely catching the attention of someone in Olympus on the wrong day. The stories we've explored of Prometheus, Sisyphus, Tantalus, Pentheus, Tiresias, and others are not merely fables. They are windows into how the Greeks understood their world. Their gods were not always just, but they were reflective. Divine punishment was not always about evil. More often, it was about overreach, hubris, stepping beyond one's place. Let's take a slow walk through the lessons. Start with Prometheus, the clever titan who gave humanity fire, the divine spark, knowledge, civilization. And for this he was chained to a rock and fed upon by an eagle for eternity. Why? Because he gave humans something without permission. Because he defied Zeus. Because he acted not with cruelty, but with autonomy. He chose to help mortals. And he did it not through force, but with. In the Greek imagination, Prometheus was not wrong. But he was bold. And boldness, to the gods, was often indistinguishable from rebellion. Punishment then became not just retribution, but a reminder. Knowledge has a cost. Every leap forward comes with a price. Prometheus lit the torch, but he paid in pain. Then there's Sisyphus, trickster, escape artist, charmer, a man so clever he cheated death more than once. But cleverness in myth only takes you so far. Sisyphus was condemned to roll a boulder uphill forever, only to watch it roll back down each time. His sin? Not murder, not betrayal, but defiance. He refused to die when it was his time. He outwitted the gods, laughed in their faces, tricked Hades, delayed his own funeral. And the punishment wasn't death. It was futility. A brilliant mind condemned meaningless repetition. It wasn't about pain, it was about frustration. The Greeks, ever philosophical, understood this well. The worst fate is not agony, it's purpose denied, effort without reward, motion without meaning. Tantalus, too, suffers a punishment that mirrors his crime. He fed the gods a stew made from his own son, a test, a dare, a mockery of their all-knowing divinity. And so he was placed in a pool of water with food just out of reach, eternally hungry, eternally thirsty, but never satisfied. To tempt the gods was to be tempted forever. His punishment was not violent, it was poetic. That's the theme, Yule. Notice again and again. Punishment, in Greek myth, is often symbol made flesh. Naomi, who bragged about her many children, was left weeping over their graves. Her tears flowed so long she became stone. Actaeon, who saw Artemis bathing, was turned into a stag and torn apart by his own dogs. He became the hunted, the inverse of his identity. Arachne, who dared to challenge Athena in a weaving contest, and won, was turned into a spider. Still weaving. Always weaving, but never as a woman again. There's a certain theatrical elegance to it. The gods were many things, but they were not imaginative in mercy. They were imaginative in irony. They turned character traits into cages, and for the Greeks, this made sense. Because these myths were not meant to be instruction manuals. They were meant to explain the tension between human limitation and divine expectation. Between freedom and fate, they were mirrors held up to the uncomfortable truth. That life is often unjust, that suffering doesn't always match sin, and that power, when eternal, does not necessarily grow kind. But, and this is important, not all punishment was vengeance. Sometimes it was transformation. Tiresias, after all, was not punished in the usual sense. He was changed. Blinded, yes, but gifted with prophecy, given insight few could bear. Dionysus didn't crush Pentheus with a thunderbolt. He let him destroy himself through curiosity, through denial, through trying to observe what should have been honored. And some mortals who suffered did so, not because they were evil, but because they stepped into a space the gods felt was theirs alone. Take Icarus, who flew too close to the sun. His wings melted. He fell, not because he committed a crime, but because he forgot that the sky is not ours. Greek mythology is filled with these moments. Quiet reminders that the gods are not always cruel, but they are always watching. And they do not like being challenged, even when they are wrong. Nowhere is this more clearly shown than in the tale of Arachne, immortal woman, brilliant weaver. No, crime beyond pride. She created a tapestry showing the gods' flaws, their mistakes, their indiscretions. And it was beautiful. So beautiful, in fact, that even Athena, the goddess of wisdom and craft, could not deny its brilliance. But gods do not like mirrors. So Arachne was turned into a spider. Some say it was punishment. Others say it was mercy, allowing her to continue weaving forever. That's the strange thing about Greek myth. Every punishment is a question. Is it justice? Is it cruelty? Is it evolution? Let's not forget Orpheus. He descended into the underworld, not for power, not for glory, but for love. He almost succeeded in bringing Eurydice back. But at the last moment, he turned around, he looked, and she vanished. Was it punishment? Or a lesson? Don't look back. Or maybe some things cannot be undone. Or maybe trust is a fragile thread, and the gods are very still when they watch it snap. So many punishments in Greek myth are like this. Less about teaching a lesson, and more about preserving a story. They do not try to explain away suffering. They say, instead, this happened because gods are gods, because mortals are mortals, and sometimes because someone dared to ask for more. We often think of myths as belonging to the past, as old things, dusty and brittle. But these stories continue because they reflect parts of us that never change. Pride, curiosity, boldness, fear, the desire to know more than we're supposed to, the need to love, to climb, to reach, and the consequences that come with that in Greek. Culture, there was a word for this: hubris, overstepping one's mortal place, daring to claim too much. The gods didn't punish evil. They punished hubris, to be too good, too confident, too clever. The punishment for hubris was not always immediate. Sometimes it came through fate. Sometimes through children, or grandchildren. Sometimes through the slow unraveling of everything a person had built. But it came. That was the lesson, or perhaps the warning. And yet, the Greeks did not despair. They wrote these stories not to make people cower, but to understand. Why does lightning strike? Because Zeus is angry. Why does the harvest fail? Because Demeter mourns. Why did the brave fall? Because courage does not protect against prophecy. The punishments of the gods are not tidy, but they are consistent. They remind us that life has weight, that choices echo, and that sometimes even the most beautiful effort can end in silence. Still we climb, still we ask, still we love, because to be human in a Greek myth is not to be perfect. It is to try, even knowing the cost, and that perhaps is why these stories endure. They do not ask us to be saints, only to be aware, to know that the gods may be watching, and to act anyway. Let your thoughts settle now. The thunder is distant. The gods have retreated to Olympus. The mortals lie sleeping, their stones, their altars, their broken oaths, quiet now. Somewhere a boulder rolls down a hill. Somewhere a prophet stirs in the dark. But you are allowed to rest. No riddles, no fate, no punishment, only breath, and the soft, unending hush of myth. Good night. Let us begin, not with thunder or prophecy, but with a girl and her loom. She was called Arachne, a mortal with hands so deft they moved like wind through wool. Her tapestries shimmered with color and precision, seemed so finely woven, they seemed to breathe. People said she must have learned from Athena herself, which was the sort of praise one should never utter too loudly in ancient Greece. Arachne didn't deny it. In fact, she laughed. She said she was better. And that, you see, was a mistake. For the gods of Olympus were not distant, noble deities. They were near, always near. And they didn't particularly like being compared to mortals, let alone outdone by them. So Athena came down from the heavens, her pride pricked like a burr under the skin, and challenged the girl to a contest. 2 looms, 2 minds, one divine, one human. And Arachne's tapestry? It was exquisite, a panorama of the gods' misdeeds. Zeus seducing women in a dozen disguises, Poseidon ravishing Medusa in Athena's temple. Apollo chasing nymphs who wanted nothing to do with him. The thread glittered with uncomfortable truth. Athena's work, by contrast, was flawless and stern, a depiction of piety and punishment. But when she saw Arachne's piece, she flew into a rage. Not because it was wrong, but because it wasn T. She tore it apart and struck the girl down. Then, in that strangely poetic cruelty the gods so loved, transformed her into a spider. And so Arachne still weaves, but without fingers, without pride, without a voice. A cautionary tale, and one that sets the tone. Because in Greek mythology, if a god notices you, it rarely ends well. The Olympians, you see, were not above meddling. They did not dwell on high with benevolent detachment. They peered down, eyes sharp as hawks, looking for beauty, arrogance, wit, or defiance, anything that might amuse or annoy them. Humans were their toys, their distractions, their cautionary examples. Take Semele, a mortal woman beloved of Zeus. He whispered sweet nothings into her ear and promised her anything she wished. And in a moment of fatal honesty, she asked to see him as he truly was, in all his divine radiance. Zeus warned her. He begged her to reconsider. But an oath was an oath, and when he revealed his true form, the brightness alone consumed her, burned to ash. Their unborn child Dionysus was saved only because Zeus sewed him into his own thigh like a strange botanical graft. He was born later with a head full of vines and madness. Another mortal, Io, suffered a different fate. She caught Zeus's eye. An unfortunate habit of many young women in mythology that to conceal her from Hera, Zeus turned her into a cow. A lovely cow, to be fair, but still. Hera, never one to be fooled, for long demanded the cow as a gift and assigned Argus, a giant with 100 eyes, to guard her. And so Io wandered, watched always, pursued by a gadfly. Hera sent to torment her. She crossed continents, became a legend. Eventually, she was restored to human form, but not before learning that divine attention was a form of punishment in itself. Even mortals who never sought glory often found themselves dragged into the gods' schemes. Cassandra was one such soul. She was given the gift of prophecy by Apollo in exchange for her love. But when she changed her mind, as people do, Apollo did not take rejection well. He cursed her. She would still speak true prophecies, but no one would ever believe her. She saw the fall of Troy. She saw her own death. She saw fire and ruin. And no one listened, not once. The Greeks had a word for this kind of tragic arrogance, hubris. It wasn't just pride. It was overstepping, crossing invisible lines drawn by gods who did not like their creations to become too clever, too bold, or too beautiful. Mortals who rose too high were always brought low, not always with death, but sometimes with something worse. Take Niobe, queen of Thebes. She had many children, 12 in some stories, 14 in others. And she made the mistake of bragging that she was more deserving of worship than Leto, who had only 2. Unfortunately for Niobe, Leto's 2 children were Artemis and Apollo. They descended like arrows from the sky. One by one, Niobe's children fell. She wept and screamed and begged that in the end, the gods turned her to stone, a weeping rock carved by grief. And somewhere in Anatolia, the stone still stands. Mortals could rarely win. And when they did, it often came with strings attached. Like poor Phaethon, who demanded proof that the sun god Helios was his father. Helios, bound by paternal pride and perhaps a touch of guilt, allowed him to drive the chariot of the sun for a day. A teenage boy. At the reins of a flaming, sky-burning, day-dragging chariot, it did not go well. He lost control. The sun veered too close to the earth. Fields scorched, rivers boiled. The world began to unravel. Zeus, ever the cosmic janitor, hurled a lightning bolt and ended it. Phaethon fell like a star and crashed into the river Eridanus. Mortals grieved. The gods moved on. Even the great wars of mortals were often started by divine pettiness. The Trojan War, for instance, did not begin with ships or sieges, it began with a golden apple. Eris, goddess of discord, wasn't invited to a divine wedding. So she did what any resentful guest might. She tossed a golden apple into the feast, inscribed with the words, "To the fairest." Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite all reached for it. They demanded a judge, and they found one in Paris, a Trojan prince tending sheep, far from the noise of court. Each goddess offered him a gift. Hera offered power. Athena offered wisdom and victory in battle. Aphrodite offered the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. He chose beauty. He chose Aphrodite. And that woman, Helen, was already married to a Spartan king. When Paris took her to Troy, the world ignited. 1,000 ships launched. Heroes died. Cities burned. All because of one mortal asked to judge a divine beauty pageant. It should be said, no good ever came of mortals trying to decide which god was better. The gods didn't want truth. They wanted flattery. But mortals could not avoid them. Not really. They prayed. They sacrificed. They lit fires and poured wine and whispered names before sleep. The temples were many, and the gods were everywhere. Not always listening, but always present. And the relationship was not about love. It was about survival. To be a mortal was to walk carefully, to give thanks quickly, to take no credit, even for your own genius, to hope, above all, to be overlooked, because to be noticed by the gods was to become a story. And in Greek mythology, stories rarely ended well. The gods did not weep for mortals. They used them. Sometimes they gave gifts, yes, a golden touch here, a prophecy there. But the gifts often turned sour. Midas wished for everything he touched to turn to gold, and soon he could touch nothing. Not bread, not water, not his daughter. He begged for the gift to be taken back. It was, but not before he learned that divine generosity always has a price. Some mortals tried to outwit fate, but fate was older than the gods. The Moirai, the fates, spun, measured, and cut the threads of life. Even Zeus could not undo what they wove. Oedipus tried, told he would kill his father and marry his mother. He fled the home he knew, and in doing so, he fulfilled the prophecy. The very effort to escape his doom brought it into being. That was the cruel beauty of Greek myth. No one was above fate, not kings, not queens, not heroes, and certainly not mortals. So why, one might wonder, did people keep believing in these gods? Why pray to deities who punished more than protected? Because the gods explained the world, the storms, the floods, the sudden illnesses, the way fortunes rose and fell. All of it could be seen in the stories. The gods gave shape to chaos. They made meaning from suffering. They were not just punishers. They were metaphors, archetypes, warnings in flesh. And for all their flaws, they were unforgettable. To be immortal in Greek mythology was to be temporary, a momentary flash of joy or error, a name in a line of verse, a thread in the great tapestry of fate, sometimes brilliant, often blood-stained, always fragile, and somewhere above or beyond, the gods watched, amused, displeased, or merely curious. And you, little mortal, you simply did your best to survive the story. It's one thing to make a mistake and suffer for it, but imagine being doomed, not because of what you did, but because of what your great-great-grandfather once said to a god, possibly while drunk, and possibly while losing at dice. In the world of Greek mythology, curses were not simply misfortunes. They were legacy items, heirlooms passed down with the family name. You could inherit your father's nose, your mother's eyes, and a divine malediction that would ruin your entire bloodline for generations. It made for a dramatic family tree, heavy on nobility, light on happy endings. Consider, for example, the House of Atreus, a dynasty so steeped in doom that it makes the average soap opera look like a church picnic. The trouble began, as it so often does, with a quarrel between brothers. Atreus and Thyestes, sons of Pelops, squabbled over the Mycenaean throne. There was betrayal, adultery, and then, inevitably, cannibalism. Atreus, having discovered that his brother had an affair with his wife, decided the appropriate response was to serve him a feast of his own children, artfully roasted. Now, you might assume the gods would intervene here, smite someone, send a memo. But no, the gods simply nodded grimly and let the curse settle in like a stain. From that moment on, the family was doomed. Atreus' son, Agamemnon, went on to become the commander of the Greek forces in the Trojan War, a great honor. He also sacrificed his daughter Iphigenia to get a favorable wind, spent 10 years at war, and was murdered in his bath upon returning home by his wife, Clytemnestra, and her lover. His surviving children then had to decide whether avenging their father was more important than not murdering their mother, a difficult position, even by mythological standards. Orestes, the son, chose vengeance. He killed Clytemnestra and was promptly hounded across the land by the Furies, ancient goddesses of vengeance, with snakes for hair and a passion for justice that did not forgive matricide, only with divine intervention. In a trial at the Areopagus in Athens was Orestes finally acquitted. But even then, the stain lingered. The house of Atreus was the cautionary tale of cautionary tales, a bloodline cursed with betrayal, madness, and murder. Not because each generation was evil, but because the weight of divine wrath could not be shaken off like old dust. And it wasn't just royal families who suffered this fate. Take Oedipus. Poor, unfortunate Oedipus. Born to Laius and Jocasta, king and queen of Thebes, Laius, like many mythical men, made a mistake. He abducted a young man, violating hospitality and sacred law. The gods frowned upon this, and a curse was laid. The prophecy came their child would kill his father and marry his mother. Naturally, they did what any responsible parents might do. They tried to have the baby killed, but the servant they tasked with the job couldn't quite bring himself to do it. He left the child to die on a hillside instead. A shepherd found him. The boy was raised in Corinth, unaware of his origins. Years later, Oedipus, now a young man, heard a whisper of prophecy himself, that he would kill his father and marry his mother. Horrified, he fled Corinth, trying to outrun destiny, but you can't outpace the fates. He met Laius on the road. There was an argument, as ancient fathers and sons are wont to have. A fight broke out. One man died. Later, Oedipus married Jocasta, queen of Thebes, and had children. The truth came slowly, horribly. Jocasta hanged herself. Oedipus blinded himself, and their children, Cantigone and her siblings, would inherit not just a ruined throne, but a family history thick with sorrow. Greek tragedy, you see, doesn't bother with happy endings. It begins with the seed of ruin and watches it grow. This idea that a family line could be cursed wasn't just poetic fiction. The Greeks believed in something called miasma, a kind of spiritual pollution. It could be inherited. You could be born unclean because of the sins of your ancestors. Blood cries out for more blood. And until the cycle is broken, through sacrifice, exile, or divine mercy, it continues. We might see it as metaphor today. Generational trauma. The sins of the father. But for the Greeks, it was very literal. A spiritual rot that clung to a name. Not unlike mildew on stone. You could change your clothes, your city, even your gods, but the curse remained. And so we find mortals who live in fear, not of what they might do, but what they are, who they are. Perseus, hero and slayer of Medusa, was himself born of questionable circumstance. His mother, Gennady, was locked in a bronze chamber by her father, who had heard a prophecy that her child would kill him. Zeus, never one to let bronze get in the way of romance, visited her in the form of golden rain, one of the strangest seduction tactics in myth. Danae conceived. Perseus was born. The king, August, did not kill the child, but set mother and son adrift at sea. They survived. Perseus thrived. Years later he returned, and entirely by accident, struck his grandfather dead with a discus at some friendly games. Fate fulfilled. Even when no one meant any harm, prophecy finds its loopholes. These stories reflect something deep in the Greek psyche. The idea that fate is not something you can bargain with. It is a web already woven, and every step you take simply tangles you further. Mortals tried to be clever. They tried to outthink destiny. But the gods always smiled quietly and let them try. Sometimes the curse was physical. The line of Cadmus, founder of Thebes, was riddled with misfortune. His descendants included Pentheus, torn apart by his own mother in a frenzy of Dionysian madness, and Actaeon, who accidentally saw Artemis bathing and was transformed into a stag, then hunted and killed by his own hounds. Cadmus himself, after a life of toil and tragedy, was turned into a serpent. His wife, too. They slithered off into obscurity, perhaps the kindest ending in that entire family history. But not all cursed families were royal. Some were simply too beautiful for their own good. Take the tale of Phaedra, wife of Theseus. Her stepson, Hippolytus, was a devout follower of Artemis. So devout, in fact, that he shunned all love and scorned Aphrodite. And you can imagine how well that went. Aphrodite, goddess of love and vengeance, arranged for Phaedra to fall in love with him. It was unnatural, tragic. When he rejected her, she took her own life and left a note claiming he had attacked her. Theseus cursed his son, and Poseidon, never one to pass up a smiting. Obliged, Hippolytus died, dashed against the rocks by his own chariot horses. You could die because your family was cursed, or because God wanted revenge on someone you reminded him of, or simply because you existed in the orbit of doomed people. Misery was contagious. The Greeks didn't believe in fairness, not in the modern sense. They believed in moira, one's share, one's portion of fate. Some were given great glory, others were given ruin, sometimes both. But what about redemption, you might ask? What about mortals who escape the curse? They're rare, but not impossible. Orestes, hounded by the Furies, eventually received a trial in Athens. The jury was split, half for acquittal, half for condemnation. Athena herself cast the deciding vote, not in the name of justice but mercy. And in that moment, a new idea emerged, that law might one day replace vengeance, that perhaps a man need not be defined solely by his ancestors' crimes. It was a glimmer of hope, a small one, but there it was. In the meantime, the average mortal lived quietly, married carefully, prayed constantly, one eye on the gods, one foot in her dirt, hoping the sins of the father had not already taken root in the son. To be a mortal in Greek mythology was too, live in a story that began long before you were born, and might not end until long after you were gone. Your life was a single verse in a tragic poem, shaped by bloodlines, curses, and the unpredictable whims of fate. You might rise, you might fall, but you would not escape the weight of your name. And if the gods whispered your family's name in Olympus, whether in praise or in jest, that was rarely a good sign. There are many lessons to learn from Greek mythology, but one stands above the rest, carved like a warning into the very foundations of Mount Olympus. Do not talk back to the gods. Don't question them. Don't correct them. Don't get clever, sarcastic, or poetic. Don't mutter under your breath. Don't sigh too loudly. And above all, do not, under any circumstances, try to win an argument, because they will hear you. They always do. And while gods may be immortal, their egos are surprisingly brittle. Take the case of Pentheus, king of Thebes, young, proud, fond of order. He ruled with a sharp eye and a firm hand. And then Dionysus arrived. No, Dionysus was not your typical Olympian. Born of a mortal mother, Semele, and carried in Zeus's thigh, he straddled the line between divine and human, wild and civilized, wine and wrath. His worship was strange, ecstatic, dancing in the woods, drinking, shouting, shedding inhibition like a snakeskin. Pentheus, unimpressed, declared it nonsense. He banned Dionysian rites, arrested the god in disguise, mocked his long hair, and in the sort of fatal decision only a tragic character could make, decided to spy on the Bacchic women in their revels, dressed as one of them. He crept into the forest in a flowing gown, perched in a tree for a better view. And there, in the moonlight, the women saw him, but they did not see a man. Dionysus clouded their minds. They saw a lion, they attacked. His own mother, Agava, was first to reach him. She tore him down. He died in pieces, smiling up at the stars. The gods are nothing if not theatrical. Pentheus' crime? He laughed, he doubted. He told the gods they were nonsense. And the gods, it turns out, have a very clear opinion on nonsense. Another fellow who learned this the hard way was Capaneus, a warrior in the myth of the Seven against Thebes. He scaled the city walls, bold as brass, and declared aloud, in the middle of battle, that not even Zeus could stop him. Zeus did stop him, with a lightning bolt, instant death, crisped mid-sentence. There's a curious silence that follows stories like these, a kind of collective holding of breath, because the moral is never subtle. Speak out of turn, and you will. Be turned to ash, or stone, or mist, or a cautionary statue in some temple courtyard. Even those who told the truth, not lies, but inconvenient truths, were punished. Cassandra, princess of Troy, was given the gift of prophecy by Apollo. But when she rejected his advances, or rather, accepted the gift and then rejected him, he cursed her. She would still see the future. Yes, she would see it clearly, brilliantly, unbearably, but no one would ever believe her. She warned of the Trojan horse, of the sack of the city, of her own death. And every word fell like dust, disbelieved, ignored, dismissed. The gods, you see, don't mind if you're right, as long as it's flattering. If it's not, well, you'll find yourself yelling into the void. And sometimes the punishment came not from the god directly, but through the very forces of fate itself. Take Arachne. You'll remember her from earlier. The weaver who dared claim she was better than Athena. The detail often overlooked in her story is this. She was right. Her tapestry was beautiful. It told the truth. It depicted the gods' crimes, their disguises, their seductions. And Athena, though furious, could not deny. The skill. So she destroyed the work. And the girl. Because it is not enough to be right. You must also be reverent. And in ancient Greece, reverence did not mean quiet belief. It meant submission. It's easy to judge the gods as petty. And to be fair, they often were. But their responses reflect something deeper about the way the Greeks saw the world. The gods were not moral exemplars. They were not just or fair in the way we use those terms now. They were powerful. And that, in the ancient world, was the only justice that mattered. Power could not be questioned without consequence. The gods represented not ideals, but forces. Sea was Poseidon, stormy, unpredictable, capable of bounty or destruction. Wisdom was Athena. Cold, strategic, sometimes cruel. Love was Aphrodite, capricious, overwhelming, delightfully irrational. To insult a god was to insult the very fabric of the world. To question Artemis was to court death in childbirth. To laugh at Demeter was to risk famine, and the gods did not need to punish you personally. Sometimes they let your own words do the damage. Consider Niobe again, the queen who bragged about her many children, mocking Leto for having only 2. It was not just pride, it was speech. She voiced disrespect. She put it into the world. And so Leto's children, Apollo and Artemis, struck her family down, one by one. When their last child died, Niobe fled to a mountaintop and begged the gods to end her suffering. They granted her request, turned her to stone. Even her tears, they say, became part of the mountain, always weeping, never changing. It's tempting to imagine these stories as metaphors, cautionary tales for courtly behavior. But in ancient Greece, they were lived truths. Not literal, perhaps, but deeply embedded in ritual and thought. People didn't just fear the gods. They feared saying the wrong thing near a shrine, making a joke during a sacrifice, yawning too loudly during a festival. Speech was power, and power could summon attention. And attention, divine attention, was rarely a blessing. The Greek term for this was asabeia, impiety. It didn't mean heresy in the modern sense. It meant acting improperly toward the divine, speaking out of turn, behaving without the right reverence. Socrates, the philosopher, was executed not for atheism, but for asabeia, corrupting the youth, introducing new gods, and failing to honor the old ones. The gods did not require you to love them, but they demanded respect. The curious thing is, the gods themselves rarely held to the same standard. Zeus was a serial adulterer. Hera was vengeful beyond reason. Poseidon flooded cities in fits of pique. Apollo flayed a man alive for losing a music contest, and yet to question their actions was to invite ruin. It was a divine paradox. You were expected to worship beings whose flaws were legendary, and you had to do it with sincerity. And so, the average mortal developed a very pragmatic relationship with religion. You honored the gods because it was safer that way. You made offerings. You said your prayers. You did not boast. You did not challenge. And if the gods smiled on you, wonderful. And if they didn't, you assumed you'd offended them somehow and tried harder. There's a quiet desperation in that, a sort of cosmic appeasement, a reminder that in a world ruled by immortals with bad tempers, the only real power mortals had was silence. Which brings us to another kind of punishment. Not dramatic, not fiery, not sudden, but slow, oblivion. The Greeks believed in kleos, glory, the kind that lives on in stories. But if you defied the gods in some quiet, unseen way, you might not be struck down. You might simply be forgotten. No songs, no statues. No name carved into stone. To be remembered was its own kind of immortality. To be erased was the cruelest fate of all. That perhaps is why so many Greek mortals died dramatically. They weren't just unlucky. They were memorable. Too. Live quietly was safe, but it meant no glory, no legacy. And so mortals danced along a razor's edge, seeking renown but fearing offense, wanting to be known but not cursed, wanting, most of all, to speak their truth without being struck by lightning. But the gods were always listening, even when they pretended not to be, especially then. And so, dear listener, if you ever find yourself wandering the paths of ancient Greece, under a fig tree or beside a bubbling spring, and you feel tempted to complain aloud about your lot in life, perhaps wait until you're well out of earshot, because one of them might be listening, and one of them might be bored, and mortals who talk back tend not to talk long. You're walking along a dusty road. There's a cool breeze, the scent of thyme and olive in the air, and the sound of distant goats. All is calm, all is ordinary. And then, suddenly, a creature the size of a house steps out from behind a rock and decides you look like lunch. Welcome to a fairly typical Tuesday in ancient Greek mythology. For mortals, the world was never just fields and sky. It was also layers, caves, cliffs, forests thick with teeth and scales. You never quite knew what might be lurking behind the next olive tree. A shepherd, a satyr, or a three-headed dog. The Greeks were particularly fond of monsters, not in the way modern stories might treat them. Misunderstood, sympathetic, tragic. No. Their monsters were, generally speaking, quite content being horrible. They didn't need complex motivations. They just needed appetites, and unfortunately, mortals were often the preferred dish. Let us begin with one of the greats. The Chimera. Not just one beast, but three. A lion in the front, a goat sprouting from its back, and a snake for a tail. It breathed fire, of course, because why not? Its purpose in life appeared to be to roam the countryside, burning livestock and incinerating anyone with a torch and a sword who thought they might make a name for themselves. Heroic, yes, but also flammable. Then there's Scylla. Poor sailors. They thought the worst part of their journey was the open sea, the storms, the pirates. The hunger. But then they reached the straits, narrow and perilous. On one side, a whirlpool named Charybdis, which could suck down entire ships like a drunkard draining a winesk. And on the other, Scylla, a rock-dwelling horror with 12 legs, 6 heads, and a fondness for plucking sailors off decks like oarders. There was no safe route. If you steered away from one, you veered too close to the other. And in life, as in myth, some choices are not about winning. They're about minimizing how much of your crew you lose. Or take the Minotaur. Half man, half bull, raised in a labyrinth so complex that even its builder barely escaped. This monster was the result of a long and unfortunate chain of divine meddling and royal bad judgment. A queen enchanted to fall in love with a bull, an architect with too much imagination, and a child born of that union imprisoned forever in darkness. The Athenians, having displeased King Minos of Crete, were forced to send 7 young men and 7 maidens every 9 years as tribute to be released into the labyrinth. None returned. Until, of course, Theseus came along with his ball of string and healthy levels of self-confidence. But for decades before that, the Minotaur simply ate. That was the thing about monsters in Greek mythology. They weren't just dangers. They were reminders, symbols, warnings, perhaps, that the world wasn't made for human comfort. That out there, in the deep places, the gods had let chaos roam free. And mortals? Mortals were often the price paid for order. The Sphinx perched outside. Thebes was another such price. She asked riddles. If you answered incorrectly, she killed you. It was not just pride. It was speech. She voiced disrespect. She put it into the world. And so Leto's children, Apollo and Artemis, struck her family down, one by one. When their last child died, Niobe fled to a mountaintop and begged the gods to end her suffering. They granted her request, turned her to stone. Even her tears, they say, became part of the mountain. Always weeping, never changing. It's tempting to imagine these stories as metaphors, cautionary tales for courtly behavior. But in ancient Greece, they were lived truths. Not literal, perhaps, but deeply embedded in ritual and thought. People didn't just fear the gods. They feared saying the wrong thing near a shrine, making a joke during a sacrifice, yawning too loudly during a festival. Speech was power, and power could summon attention. And attention, divine attention, was rarely a blessing. The Greek term for this was asabeia, impiety. It didn't mean heresy in the modern sense. It meant acting improperly toward the divine, speaking out of turn, behaving without the right reverence. Socrates, the philosopher, was executed not for atheism, but for asabeia, corrupting the youth, introducing new gods, and failing to honor the old ones. The gods did not require you to love them, but they demanded respect. The curious thing is, the gods themselves rarely held to the same standard. Zeus was a serial adulterer. Hera was vengeful beyond reason. Poseidon flooded cities in fits of pique. Apollo flayed a man alive for losing a music contest, and yet to question their actions was to invite ruin. It was a divine paradox. You were expected to worship beings whose flaws were legendary, and you had to do it with sincerity. And so, the average mortal developed a very pragmatic relationship with religion. You honored the gods because it was safer that way. You made offerings. You said your prayers. You did not boast, that you did not challenge. And if the gods smiled on you, wonderful. And if they didn't, you assumed you defended them somehow and tried harder. There's a quiet desperation in that, a sort of cosmic appeasement, a reminder that in a world ruled by immortals with bad tempers, the only real power mortals had was silence. Which brings us to another kind of punishment, not dramatic, not fiery, not sudden, but slow, oblivion. The Greeks believed in kleos, glory, the kind that lives on in stories. But if you defied the gods in some quiet, unseen way, you might not be struck down. You might simply be forgotten. No songs, no statues, no name carved into stone. To be remembered was its own kind of immortality. To be erased was the cruelest fate of all. That perhaps is why so many Greek mortals died dramatically. They weren't just unlucky. They were memorable. Too. Live quietly was safe, but it meant no glory, no legacy. And so mortals danced along a razor's edge, seeking renown but fearing offense, wanting to be known but not cursed, wanting, most of all, to speak their truth without being struck by lightning. But the gods were always listening, even when they pretended not to be, especially then. And so, dear listener, if you ever find yourself wandering the paths of ancient Greece, under a fig tree or beside a bubbling spring, and you feel tempted to complain aloud about your lot in life, perhaps wait until you're well out of earshot, because one of them might be listening, and one of them might be bored, and mortals who talk back tend not to talk long. You're walking along a dusty road. There's a cool breeze, the scent of thyme and olive in the air, and the sound of distant goats. All is calm, all is ordinary. And then, suddenly, a creature the size of a house steps out from behind a rock and decides you look like lunch. Welcome to a fairly typical Tuesday in ancient Greek mythology. For mortals, the world was never just fields and sky. It was also layers, caves, cliffs, forests thick with teeth and scales. You never quite knew what might be lurking behind the next olive tree. A shepherd, a satyr, or a three-headed dog. The Greeks were particularly fond of monsters, not in the way modern stories might treat them. Misunderstood, sympathetic, tragic. No. Their monsters were, generally speaking, quite content being horrible. They didn't need complex motivations. They just needed appetites. And unfortunately, mortals were often the preferred dish. Let us begin with one of the greats. The Chimera. Not just one beast, but three. A lion in the front, a goat sprouting from its back, and a snake for a tail. It breathed fire, of course, because why not? Its purpose in life appeared to be to roam the countryside, burning livestock and incinerating anyone with a torch and a sword who thought they might make a name for themselves. Heroic, yes, but also flammable. Then there's Scylla. Poor sailors. They thought the worst part of their journey was the open sea, the storms, the pirates. The hunger. But then they reached the straits, narrow and perilous. On one side, a whirlpool named Charybdis, which could suck down entire ships like a drunkard draining a wineski. And on the other, Scylla, a rock-dwelling horror with 12 legs, 6 heads, and a fondness for plucking sailors off decks like oarders. There was no safe route. If you steered away from one, you veered too close to the other. And in life, as in myth, some choices are not about winning. They're about minimizing how much of your crew you lose. Or take the Minotaur. Half man, half bull, raised in a labyrinth so complex that even its builder barely escaped. This monster was the result of a long and unfortunate chain of divine meddling and royal bad judgment. A queen enchanted to fall in love with a bull, an architect with too much imagination, and a child born of that union imprisoned forever in darkness. The Athenians, having displeased King Minos of Crete, were forced to send 7 young men and 7 maidens every 9 years as tribute to be released into the labyrinth. None returned, until, of course, Theseus came along with his ball of string and healthy levels of self-confidence. But for decades before that, the Minotaur simply ate. That was the thing about monsters in Greek mythology. They weren't just dangers. They were reminders, symbols, warnings, perhaps, that the world wasn't made for human comfort. That out there, in the deep places, the gods had let chaos roam free. And mortals? Mortals were often the price paid for order, the Sphinx perched outside. Thebes was another such price. She asked riddles. If you answered incorrectly, she killed you. For weeks, months, perhaps even years, travelers passed, tried, failed, died, until Oedipus, clever, doomed Oedipus, came along and answered her question correctly. The Sphinx leapt from her perch and perished, which sounds like a victory. Until you remember that this was only the beginning of Oedipus's troubles. Solving one monster's riddle only led him deeper into the riddle of his own blood. These creatures weren't all created equal either. Some were born of primordial forces, like Typhon, a storm demon so massive and terrible that the gods themselves fled Olympus when he rose. Others were spawned by Echidna, the mother of all monsters, who seemed to have a very productive relationship with Typhon, birthing Hydra, Cerberus, and a host of other delightful creatures best admired from a distance. Hydra, for instance, was a serpent with multiple heads. When you cut one off, 2 more grew in its place. A handy metaphor, really, for problems that get worse the more you meddle. Or, in the case of another day's work, Heracles, the closest thing Greek mythology has to a full-time monster exterminator, spent his life dealing with the gods' unfinished business. Giant boars, man-eating birds, hellhounds, all sent his way, usually as part of a labor assigned by a cowardly king or an angry god. One gets the sense that the Olympians didn't like clearing up their messes. They just created monsters, then waited for some sweaty mortal with a club to solve the problem. And when he did, they might grant him a wreath. Or, more likely, send him another one. Even beautiful creatures could be deadly. The sirens, for instance, sat on craggy rocks by the sea, singing songs so sweet that sailors forgot themselves. Forgot. Food, sleep, wives, children, everything. They steered toward the sound, dashed their ships on the rocks, and died smiling. Odysseus, clever man that he was, stuffed his crew's ears with wax and tied himself to the mast, just to hear their song, without being lured. A rare case of a man encountering a monster and surviving with his life and ego intact. More often, mortals stumbled upon danger with no warning. A flash of feathers, a shadow in the sky, a hiss from a cave. The ancient Greek countryside, in myth, was riddled with hazards. Not just beasts, but divine punishments given form. And yet, despite all this, monsters were necessary. They gave heroes something to fight. They shaped stories into arcs, from fear to confrontation to sometimes triumph. But for the ordinary mortal, the non-hero, the farmer or fisher or child caught in the crossfire, they were simply a reminder that the world was not safe. Imagine living in a time when no explanation existed for earthquakes or droughts, where disease had no clear cause, where lightning struck without warning. The world must have seemed full of unseen forces. And so the Greeks filled that uncertainty with teeth and wings and claws. But monsters were not just symbols of nature. There were also warnings about behavior. Take Medusa. She began, some versions, as a beautiful maiden. But after Poseidon assaulted her in Athena's temple, the goddess punished her, not Poseidon, by turning her into a gorgon. Snake hair, petrifying gaze, solitude eternal. What was she really? A monster? Or a woman transformed by divine wrath into something others should fear? Perhaps both. The Greeks understood that monsters were not just born. They were made. Often they were mortals first, changed by curses, by jealousy, not by vengeance. The line between human and beast was always thin. Lycaon, for example, was a king who served Zeus human flesh, disguised as hospitality. In return, he was turned into a wolf. An early werewolf tale, if you like, but also a message. Offend the gods, and you might lose more than your manners. Even lovers of gods could become monsters. Take Lamia, once a queen of Libya, beloved by Zeus. Hera naturally took offense. As punishment, Lamia's children were slain. Grief drove her mad. Hera then added a cruel twist. Lamia was cursed never to sleep and to devour the children of others. She became a night-stalking demon, feared in lullabies. But beneath the horror was sorrow. Her monstrousness was not her fault. It was her sentence. In this way, monsters in Greek myth were often tragic, not in a soft, modern sense, but in the hard, classical sense of the word. They suffered. They frightened. They died, but they were never senseless. They meant something. Even Cerberus, the three-headed hound of Hades, had his purpose. He stood at the gates of the underworld, let souls in, did not let them out. A monster, yes, but also a guardian, a cosmic border collie of sorts. And so mortals lived with monsters, not just in story, but in worldview. They were the teeth in the darkness, not the consequences of divine will or human folly, or simply the old world not yet tamed. No mortal could kill them all. No city could be safe forever. But they endured. They built temples to gods who might keep monsters away. They passed down tales, how to defeat them, how to avoid them. How to live with knowledge that might always be nearby. For some, monsters were an invitation, a chance to rise. To become a hero, to carve their name in the annals of myth. For others, they were just bad luck, a wrong turn, a scream in the night. And for most, they were simply a reminder that the world was not made for their comfort. It was a place of beauty, yes, but also of wings in the sky, scales beneath the waves, eyes in the dark. And when the gods were bored, or careless, or cruel, they let the monsters roam free. There's a strange thing about Greek heroes. They shine like stars in poetry, cast in bronze, immortalized in epic. Their names echo through the centuries. Achilles, Heracles, Jason, Odysseus. But if you pause a moment and really look at their stories, not the glory, but the lives themselves, you might begin to wonder, was it worth it? Because to be a hero in Greek mythology was to be famous, yes, but also to be hunted, cursed, betrayed, punished, exiled, tormented by the gods, and, without fail, to die tragically. You were heroic, but you were disposable. Let's begin with the most obvious case, Achilles, the poster boy of Greek heroism, stronger than all, faster than most, and blessed or cursed with a choice. Live a long, quiet life in obscurity, or die young and gain eternal glory. Naturally, he chose the latter. This is Greek myth, after all. Longevity was never fashionable. So he sailed for Troy, fought for 10 long years, killed Hector, dragged his body around the city walls, and then one morning was struck down by a single arrow, guided by Apollo, fired by Paris, and aimed at the one soft place on his body, the heel. It's poetic, of course, but also rather deflating. All that strength, all that wrath, and in the end, one tiny vulnerability was enough. Because heroes were never allowed to simply age. They didn't retire. They didn't settle down and write memoirs. They didn't even get to enjoy their triumphs. They existed to die at the right moment, in the right way, for the right song to be sung. And the gods made sure of it. Heracles, or Hercules, if you prefer the Latin form, is another fine example. A man so strong he held up the sky, cleaned the stables of Algius in a single afternoon, and strangled snakes in his cradle. But for all his power, he was never free. The 12 labors, those famous feats, were not optional. They were penance. You see, in a fit of madness sent by Hera, Heracles killed his wife and children. The punishment? Service. Labor. Tasks so monstrous they might as well have been death sentences. And even after completing them, he didn't get peace. His life ended in agony, poisoned by a tunic soaked in centaur blood. A gift from his second wife, who had been tricked into thinking it would assure his fidelity. He died on a pyre, flames consuming the mortal half of him, the divine half ascending to Olympus. Yes, the gods welcomed him in the end, but only after they had burned him down to his bones. Then there's Jason, handsome, charming, ambitious Jason. Assembled the finest team in mythology, the Argonauts, and sailed off to win the Golden Fleece. It was a dazzling journey. Monsters, clashing rocks, enchanted lands, and of course Medea, the brilliant, terrifying sorceress who helped him succeed, killed for him, betrayed her family for him. And what did he do when they returned? He married. Another woman. Medea responded, as Medea does, by murdering their children and leaving him broken and alone. Jason, once so glorious, died years later when a beam from his rotting ship fell and crushed him. A hero, forgotten. Killed not by war or wrath, but by neglect and gravity. These men, lion-hearted, battle-scarred, were never truly safe. Not from monsters, nor from their friends, nor even from their own choices. Their greatness didn't protect them. In fact, it often attracted the worst. The gods were quick to take offense at mortals who gained too much glory. After all, divine attention was rarely a compliment. Ask Bellerophon. He was a proper hero, tamer of Pegasus, slayer of the Chimera, a man favored by the gods. And then one day he decided to fly Pegasus up to Olympus. Not to conquer, just to visit. It did not go well. Zeus sent a gadfly to sting the horse. Bellerophon fell, survived, technically, but was crippled, blind, and lived out his days wandering. Alone, hated by gods and men alike, because the one thing a mortal must never do is try to sit at the table of the divine. That's not to say heroism wasn't admired. The Greeks celebrated it in song and sculpture, but there was always a sense of danger about it, a sense that to rise too high was to invite the fall. And nowhere is that clearer than in the story of Ajax. Giant among men, a warrior of unmatched strength and courage. After Achilles' death, his armor was to be awarded to the next greatest Greek. Ajax expected it. Odysseus received it. Humiliated. Madded. Ajax plotted revenge. But Athena clouded his mind. He slaughtered livestock, thinking they were his comrades. When he came to his senses, grief-stricken and dishonored, he fell on his own sword. No enemy defeated him, only shame. It's important to understand how the Greeks viewed glory. Kleos, as they called it. It was not just fame. It was the legacy of your deeds. What would be remembered after you were gone? What poets would sing? What statues would show? And because the afterlife was frankly rather dismal, gray fields, wandering, shades, no wine to speak of, Kleos was the only immortality that mattered. To be forgotten was worse than death. And so heroes chased danger, risked everything. They weren't reckless because they were foolish. They were desperate for meaning, for memory, for a life that would echo. And yet, there's a quiet sadness to it all. Odysseus, for instance, won the war at Troy through cunning. The Trojan horse was his idea. And after the war, he spent 10 years trying to get home, battling storms, monsters, temptations, all because he had once boasted that his triumphs were his own. And Poseidon took that very personally. Even when he reached Ithaca at last, his troubles weren't over. He had to slaughter a house full of suitors, rebuild trust with his wife, reassert his kingship. It was never over. Not really. Because in Greek myth, the hero never gets to rest. And when they do, it often means they're dead. Even the great Perseus, who slew Medusa and rescued Andromeda, ends not in triumph, but in obscurity. His victories made him famous, yes, but he fades from the story, settles down, vanishes from the epic stage. Glory, it seems, has an expiration date. The women of mythology, too, had their share of heroic suffering. Though less often sung by bards, their stories are no less seared by pain. Atalanta, for example, swiftest of runners, deadliest of hunters. She swore never to marry unless beaten in a foot race. Many tried. All failed. Until one man, Hippomenes, used golden apples from Aphrodite to distract her. He won. They married. And then, caught in a moment of passion, they made love in a sacred temple. The gods, of course, were not amused. They were turned into lions. Forever circling, never resting. So many Greek heroes ended up transformed, not exalted, but altered, humbled, made into animals or stars or flowers. Their stories twisted by divine hands into reminders for the rest of us. Be brave, yes, but not too brave. Be famous, yes, but not too proud. Live brightly, but do not outshine the gods. Even those who served the gods directly could not count on safety. Asclepius, son of Apollo, became so skilled in healing that he learned to raise the dead. A noble calling, perhaps, but one that annoyed Hades. Death was, after all, part of the cosmic order. So Zeus killed him with a thunderbolt. Apollo retaliated by killing the Cyclopes who made the bolt. In turn, Zeus banished Apollo to serve as a mortal shepherd. A cascade of punishment. Even the divine could be demoted, the heroic undone. And yet, despite all this, the danger, the madness, the inevitable fall, mortals still aspired to be heroes. They volunteered for quests. They prayed for signs. They followed omens into forests full of fangs and fire, because obscurity was worse. Cowardice unthinkable. A quiet life, almost shameful. The Greeks didn't want safe stories. They wanted ones worth telling. And so, over and over, mortals gave themselves to the gods and the monsters and the wars and the wounds. Not for peace, but for song. The bards remembered them. We remember them. They were chewed up by myth, yes, but they were not forgotten. They were heroic, and they were disposable. But perhaps, just perhaps, they knew that going in love, they say, makes the world go round. But in Greek mythology, it more often sends it spinning wildly off course than straight into a love wasn't the soft, rose-petaled notion we like to imagine today. It was far more treacherous. A force of nature, or worse, a divine weapon. It could bless, yes, but more often it ruined. And for mortals, falling in love, or worse, being loved by a god, was one of the most dangerous things that could possibly happen. Let's begin with a cautionary tale. One of the most beautiful Pygmalion, a sculptor. From Cyprus, gifted and solitary. He carved a statue of a woman, not just beautiful, but perfect. So perfect, in fact, that he fell in love with her, whispered to her, brought her gifts, dressed her in fine robes. A little odd, perhaps, but harmless. Enough. Then he went to the temple of Aphrodite and asked gently, reverently, for a bride like the statue. The goddess, amused or perhaps flattered, answered. The statue came to life. A happy ending, one might think, but look closer. Pygmalion didn't fall in love with a woman, he created one. She had no past, no family, no memories. She existed only. To please him, the Greeks didn't bother to give her a name until Roman poets did centuries later. Love, in this case, was not a relationship. It was possession dressed in poetry. But far more often, love in myth wasn't about creation. It was about punishment. Take Narcissus, a young man so stunning that people fell in love with him on sight. But he showed no interest, no affection, no kindness. One rejected soul prayed to the gods for vengeance, and they delivered it. That Narcissus came to a still pool, saw his own reflection, fell in love. Unable to touch the image, unable to look away, he withered, died, and where he fell a flower grew, delicate, pale, always bowing toward the water. The Greeks knew what we now call toxic self-regard, but they turned it into a myth, a warning, softly blooming by the riverbank. Then there's poor Echo, a nymph who talked too much. By some accounts, she used to distract Hera while Zeus conducted his usual affairs. When Hera discovered the trick, she cursed Echo so she could only repeat what others said. She met Narcissus, loved him silently, helplessly, repeated his words back to him like a plea. And when he spurned her, she faded. Only her voice remained. Love, in Greek mythology, was not a gentle bond between equals. It was more often a trap. Consider Orpheus and Eurydice, a poet, a lyre player, a man whose music could charm birds from trees and tears from stone. When Eurydice died, bitten by a serpent on their wedding day, Orpheus did what no mortal had dared. He went to the underworld to fetch her back. He played, he pleaded, and for once the gods listened. They let her go, on one condition: he must not look back at her until they reached the upper world. He agreed, walked ahead, listened to her footsteps behind. But doubt crept in. What if she wasn't there? What if they'd tricked him? He turned, and in that instant Eurydice was gone again, this time forever. He lived on, played on, until in one version he was torn apart by Maenads, wild women of Dionysus, because he would no longer love anyone but his lost bride. Even when the love was mutual, the story rarely ended well. Take Phaedra and Hippolytus. He was handsome, chaste, devoted to Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and of purity. His stepmother Phaedra was cursed by Aphrodite to fall in love with him, an impossible, shameful desire. She fought it, hid it, but eventually confessed. And when he rejected her, she took her own life, leaving a note claiming he had assaulted her. Theseus, his father, cursed him. Poseidon sent a sea monster. Hippolytus died, dragged by his chariot horses along the rocks. Aphrodite and Artemis, the goddesses who stood behind the drama, ended the tale by mourning their respective champions. Love, once again, proved fatal. And of course, there's the story of Paris and Helen. He was a Trojan prince. She, the most beautiful woman in the world, and very much married. Paris awarded a golden apple to Aphrodite in a divine beauty contest, and she gave him Helen in return. It was not a gentle elopement. It was an abduction. Or perhaps a seduction, depending on which version you read. But either way, it was enough to launch 1,000 ships. The Trojan War followed. 10 years of slaughter. Cities burned. Heroes died. All for one woman, and one ill-advised divine bribe. To love, in myth, was to gamble. To be loved, even more so. Especially if the lover was a god. Zeus, of course, was the most infamous. He appeared to mortals as a bull, a swan, a shower of gold, an eagle, a cloud. Romantic, perhaps, if you ignore the implications. His lovers suffered. Semele was incinerated. Io was turned into a cow. Leda bore children who hatched from eggs. Europa was carried across the sea. Danae conceived Perseus in a locked chamber. And Callisto, after being seduced or assaulted, depending on the version, was turned into a bear. Her son nearly killed her. The gods finally placed them in the stars. Ursa, major and minor. A consolation prize, if ever there was one. Aphrodite herself was no gentler. When she fell in love with the mortal Anchises, she warned him not to tell anyone. He did. Bragged about it. And was struck by lightning. Or made lame, or blinded. The myths vary, but the moral does not. Even being loved by a goddess could ruin you. There's a strange logic to all of this. Love, in the Greek imagination, wasn't controllable. It wasn't rational. It was divine madness. Eros. Not the soft affection of Auden romance, but a kind of possession. When you were in love, you were no longer yourself. And that, in a society that prized moderation, dignity, and restraint, was deeply unsettling. The god Eros, or Cupid, as the Romans later called him, was not a cherub. He was a force, a spark of chaos. To be struck by his arrows was to lose your will, your reason, your control. And mortals, bound as they were by duty and fate, could not afford to lose control. Even in history, this theme persisted. The Greeks saw love as something that could be both civilizing and destructive. Marriage was a social contract. Important. Yes, sacred even. But passion, eros, was something else. Dangerous. Powerful. Not to be trusted. In their dramas, love leads to downfall. In their temples, it's a force to be worshipped carefully. And in their myths, it is almost always tragic. Psyche, a mortal princess, was so beautiful that people stopped worshipping Aphrodite. The goddess, furious, sent Eros to make her fall in love with a monster. But Eros fell in love with her himself, visited her at night, in darkness, never revealing his face. She was forbidden to look. Of course she did. He fled. She wandered the earth, performing impossible tasks to win him back. Eventually, they were reunited. She was made immortal. One of the rare happy endings, but only after a great deal of divine humiliation, grief, and symbolic death. So why? One might ask, did the Greeks keep telling these stories? Because love, to them, was never safe, but it was always real. It was the crack in the armor, the madness in the king, the pull between mortal and divine. They feared it, revered it, wrapped it in myth so they might understand it, or at least contain it. And perhaps that's why love remains so compelling in their stories. Not because it leads to joy, but because it leads somewhere. Downward, inward, forward, into ruin, into glory, into madness. For the mortal caught in the grip of love, there was no map, no safe path. Only the hope that the gods would look away just this once. But they rarely did, because for them, love was a tool, a game, and for mortals, it was a trap. You'd think, after everything, the curses, the monsters, the heartbreak, and the gods with personal vendettas, that mortals in Greek mythology might be rewarded with something a little gentler after death. A nice rest, a sun-dappled meadow, perhaps a reunion with loved ones, and a bit of harp music in the background. But no, because in Greek mythology, death wasn't the end of suffering, it was the beginning of something far more bureaucratic. The afterlife was not heaven. It was not hell, it was mostly gray. And if you were a mortal, even a decent one, the best you could usually hope for after dying was to become a mildly confused shade, wandering aimlessly across a dull plain for eternity, without sunlight, identity, or purpose. Welcome to the Asphodel Meadows. This was the Greek default. Not a place of torture, not exactly. But neither was it comforting, not it was bland, unchanging. A sort of cosmic waiting room, where the dead drifted about like leaves in a windless forest, remembering less and less as the centuries rolled by. You weren't punished, you simply were. And if that sounds bleak, well, it was. But let's back up a little. Let's talk logistics. When a person died, their soul, the psyche, separated from the body and made its way to the underworld, guided by Hermes, who handled, among other things, the delivery of souls. One imagines him like a sort of mythological courier, stylish and swift, if perhaps a bit impersonal. The soul would arrive at the banks of the river Styx, where Charon, the grim-faced ferryman, awaited with his boat. Payment was expected, usually an obol, a coin placed under the toe or on the eyes of the deceased at burial. Those without proper burial or without the coin were doomed to wander the shore for 100 years, voiceless and unable to cross. A chilling thought, really. The journey to the afterlife could be delayed simply by a careless undertaker. Once ferried across the river, assuming everything went smoothly, the soul would enter the realm of Hades. Not the god himself, though he was there too, in a distant, shadowy palace, but the place, the underworld, guarded by Cerberus, the three-headed hound who let you in, but most certainly not out. And here your fate was decided. But not by gods, not usually. The Greek afterlife had a staff, 3 judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, mortals once, but now the eternal arbiters of the dead. They examined your life, your deeds, your crimes, your sacrifices. And based on this celestial audit, you were sorted. If you were truly vile, a betrayer, a murderer, a blasphemer of extraordinary talent, you might be sent to Tartarus. Not just a deep pit, but the pit. A vast abyss of torment, located even below Hades itself. Here, the worst offenders endured punishments designed not just for pain, but for poetic symmetry. Tantalus, who murdered his own son and served him to the gods, was made to stand forever in a pool of water beneath a fruit tree. But whenever he reached for the fruit or bent to drink, they slipped just out of reach. He was forever hungry, forever thirsty, forever tantalized. Sisyphus, who cheated death twice, once by tricking Thanatos, the spirit of death, and once by convincing his wife not to bury him, was condemned to roll a boulder uphill for all eternity. Each time it neared the summit, it rolled back down. The punishment wasn't just hard labor. It was the futility of effort, the endless repetition of hope undone. Then there was Ixion. He tried to seduce Hera, not a wise move. Zeus bound him to a flaming wheel that spins without end, not an eternal reminder that some mortal ambitions were simply not worth the risk. But here's the thing. These were rare fates. Tartarus was not overcrowded. Most souls were not evil enough for torment, nor good enough for reward. Which brings us back to the Asphodel Meadows, the realm of the ordinary dead, the decent, the forgettable. The ones who paid their taxes, said their prayers, and didn't cause too much trouble. They simply drifted. And as the centuries passed, they forgot who they were. Forgotten by the living, unremarkable among the dead, they faded, not erased. The Greeks didn't believe in annihilation, but reduced, diminished, present, but without sharpness. It wasn't punishment. It was entropy. But not all souls ended there. A fortunate few, heroes, the exceptionally just, or those favored by the gods, were granted entry into the Elysian fields. Now this, finally, was something approaching reward. A land of endless spring. Gentle breezes, music, feasts. Athletic contests, if you fancied afterlife. Achilles was there, though, in Homer's telling. He wasn't exactly thrilled about it. When Odysseus visits the underworld and speaks to Achilles, the great warrior says he would rather be a living servant to a poor man than a king among the dead, which rather dampens the appeal. Still, the Elysian fields offered peace, if not pleasure, and if you lived particularly well, or were reincarnated and lived well again, you might be allowed to stay there forever. A sort of celestial retirement, planned for the morally consistent. The Greeks did, in time, entertain the idea of reincarnation. Plato, ever the philosopher, wrote of souls being judged, then choosing their next life based on the lessons learned. A philosopher might become a king, a tyrant, perhaps, a dung beetle. Your fate, in this telling, was shaped by what you valued. Wisdom led to clarity. Vanity led to repetition. That it was not universal belief, more a philosophical add-on. But it showed that even the Greeks longed for some sense of justice beyond the grave. Still, for most, the underworld remained what it always had been, a place of silence. There was no divine light, no reward for faith that the gods of Olympus lived forever. But mortals, even beloved mortals, sank into shadow. Even the heroes who visited the underworld, Odysseus, Aeneas, Orpheus, came away changed, haunted. It was not a place you left without consequence. And mortals who tried to cheat death, well, they rarely succeeded. Orpheus, as we've seen, looked back too soon. Persephone, stolen by Hades, ate 6 seeds of a pomegranate and was bound to return each year. Even Heracles, who went to fetch Cerberus as one of his labors, barely escaped unscathed. Death, in Greek thought, was not evil. It was inevitable, unavoidable. It did not judge or weep or rage not. It simply came. Thanatos, the spirit of death, was not cruel. He was quiet, pale, winged. He did not chase. He arrived. And when he did, your story ended. Or rather, it continued, just without plot. The funeral rituals reflected this view. The Greeks took burial seriously. It wasn't about grief alone. It was necessity. To be unburied was to be trapped, restless, cut off. Even enemies were sometimes buried by their foes, simply to ensure their souls wouldn't linger. And libations, offerings poured into the earth, were common. Wine, milk, honey, olive oil. Not because the dead could drink them, but because it kept the bond intact. The living honored the dead, and in doing so, reminded themselves that their own journey would someday lead below. So they prayed, sacrificed, built tombs, whispered names. Not out of fear precisely, but out of duty. Because the afterlife, though quiet, was not entirely empty. And memory in the Greek imagination was the only thing that could truly outlive death. If no one remembered you, you faded. If they did, they told your stories, visited your grave, spoke your name, you lingered, dimly, softly, but still. And so the greatest fear was not fire or punishment. It was being forgotten. That's why heroes chased glory, why poets wrote epics, why names were carved into stone. Because even if the gods ignored you, even if fate consumed you, perhaps someone somewhere would remember. And in that memory, you would remain, just a little longer. Imagine, if you will, living every moment of your life with the unsettling feeling that someone is watching you. Not just someone. Dozens of SOMEONEs from the sky, the sea, the forest, the hearth, the sun, the shadows. Some are interested in your offerings. Some are interested in your mistakes. And all of them have opinions. That was the world of a mortal in ancient Greece. The gods weren't distant. They didn't reside in some heavenly realm beyond the clouds, emerging only for cosmic events. No, they were everywhere. In every flame, breeze, groan of timber, rustle of olive leaf, they were always watching. and more. Troubling still, they were judging. They noticed everything. What you offered, what you said, what you didn't say, whether you were clean, whether you were honest, whether you looked the wrong direction during a festival, or sneezed at the wrong moment in a temple. They watched you because you mattered, and also because you didn't. The gods, after all, had a tendency to fixate on mortals the way children fixate on ants. Fascinated, occasionally kind, often cruel. Even if you weren't a hero or a villain, even if you were just a simple fisherman or potter or widow selling figs at the market, you still lived under their gaze. And that meant you were always one missed prayer away from misfortune. Take Actaeon, a perfectly decent young man, a hunter, a man fond of dogs and the quieter woods. One day, while wandering in the forest, he happened to stumble upon a glade. A soft breeze moved through the trees. Birds chirped, and there, bathing in a secluded pool, was Artemis, goddess of the hunt, the moon, and fiercely guarded chastity. He did not speak. He did not stare. He simply saw her. That was enough. She turned. Her eyes met his. And without a word, she transformed him into a stag. His own dogs, loyal, sharp-toothed, and now very confused, tore him to pieces. The message was clear. Innocence was not a defense. The gods were watching, and they did not take kindly to being seen. Then there's the story of Barses and Philemon. A rare happy tale, but one with a sharp edge. Zeus and Hermes, disguised as poor travelers, wandered from door to door in a village, seeking shelter. House after house turned them away. Some mocked them. Some slammed the door. Only one cottage opened, a humble home shared by an elderly couple. They had little, but they gave freely. Bread, olives, wine, and kindness. And so the gods, having revealed themselves, rewarded them. They turned the rude neighbors' homes to ash, flooded the village. Barses and Philemon were spared, their cottage transformed into a temple. They were made priests, and when they died, they became two trees intertwined forever. It's a sweet story, but behind the blessing is a darker truth. The gods were testing you, secretly, constantly, and you never knew when. It might be a beggar at your table, a stranger at the crossroads, a coin dropped on the road. Pass the test, and you might be honored. Fail, and you might be turned into a tree, or a statue, or dust. There was no formal notice, no warning sign, no heavenly voice saying, "This is a test." You simply had to assume that the gods were watching, and that they were not easily impressed. Hospitality, Xenia, as it was known, was sacred. To mistreat a guest was to insult Zeus himself, who was said to protect strangers and wanderers. But the same went for offerings, for sacrifices, for public festivals. Everything had to be done properly. The right words, the right steps, the right incense. And if it wasn't, well, perhaps the crops would fail. Perhaps your ship would sink. Perhaps your firstborn would cough once, then never again. There was no divine memo, no official notification that you'd offended a god. You had to piece it together. Was it Hera? Was it Apollo? Was it because you poured the wine with your left hand? There's a kind of divine paranoia embedded in ancient Greek life. Not neurotic fear, exactly, but a constant awareness that every action had meaning, and every oversight might carry consequences. And with so many gods, Olympians, Titans, river gods, tree spirits, household deities, nymphs of spring and stream, the chances of accidentally offending one were, frankly, rather high. Even saying a god's name in the wrong context could cause trouble. The poet Hesiod warned of speaking ill of the gods after dark. Night was sacred. Silence was better, safer. And yet, silence, too, could be dangerous. Because what if the gods expected thanks? Or tribute? Or song? And so, Mortals lived in a kind of delicate balancing act, speaking just enough, offering just enough, fearing just enough. Too much reverence, and you might seem insincere. Too little, and you'd seem ungrateful. It was a kind of cosmic etiquette, and the gods, like all finicky dinner guests, paid very close attention to manners. Then there were the temples. Grand, beautiful spaces of marble and gold and flickering flame. But also homes, the gods' homes. And like any guest, you had to behave. You had to wash dot to dress properly, to bring gifts. And above all, to mean it, because the gods weren't just watching your actions. They were watching your heart. Piety was not a checklist, dot. It was a posture of being. And mortals were expected to hold that posture forever. Even the festivals, which could be joyful, were serious business. The Dionysia, for example, with its theater and wine and revelry, wasn't just a party. It was a religious act. If you laughed too much at the wrong play, or didn't laugh at all, it could be seen as an insult. Your enjoyment, your laughter, your participation, all part of the offering. Even at weddings and funerals, the gods were present, watching, judging. Did the bride offer properly to Hera? Was Hermes honored for guiding the dead? Were the laments sung loudly enough? Did the family remember to purify the house afterwards? Every detail mattered, because in Greek mythology, the gods did not need your affection, but they demanded your respect. And they were always ready to correct you. Sometimes the judgment came quietly, a sudden illness, a failed harvest, a fishless season. Other times it came dramatically, a storm at sea, a madness in the family, a voice in the night. And once in a while it came with lightning, because Zeus did love a good thunderbolt. Even historians of the time, like Herodotus, recorded events with divine judgment in mind. A king fell? Clearly he defended the gods. A city burned? Someone must have grown too proud. There was always a moral to the misfortune, always a finger pointing skyward. And so people told stories, remembered missteps, warned children, left small offerings on windowsills, whispered apologies to trees, sprinkled libations into the earth, just in case, because when the gods were angry, they might destroy you. But when they were merely curious, that could be worse. Curiosity led to tests, to games, to strange dreams and stranger omens, to impossible choices with no right answer. And still, mortals played along. They told their myths, built their temples, painted their pots with stories of judgment and justice and divine caprice. Not because they loved their gods, but because they understood them. The gods were like storms, beautiful, unpredictable, necessary. And so long as you honored them, or at least tried to, perhaps they'd pass over your house without striking. Perhaps, but there were no guarantees. Because the gods were watching, and they were always judging. There is a unique kind of cruelty in knowing your fate, and being utterly powerless to change it. That, in essence, was the Greek prophecy, not a warning to be avoided, not a guide to be followed, but a sentence spoken aloud. In mythology, prophecies weren't meant to help you. They were meant to trap you. They didn't just tell the future. They ensured it would happen. Even the act of trying to escape a prophecy was, more often than not, the very thing that fulfilled it. For mortals, this was particularly a GONISING. Because the gods might tell you what was coming, but they would never, under any circumstance, explain how to survive it. Take, for example, the most famous case of all, Oedipus, a prince born in Thebes. A child prophesied to kill his father and marry his mother. His parents, understandably horrified, tried to kill him. A standard reaction. In mythology, they pierced his ankles, tied him up, and left him on a mountain to die. But fate is rather good at navigating mountains. A shepherd found him, raised him far away in Corinth, unaware of his true origins. And one day, when Oedipus himself heard the prophecy, he did what seemed logical. He fled Corinth, determined never to return, so he might avoid killing his father. On the road, he quarreled with a stranger, a kind of heated masculine misunderstanding one expects at a crossroads. He killed a man. Later, he arrived in Thebes, saved the city from this Sphinx married the queen. And slowly, terribly, the truth emerged about the man he'd killed. His real father, the queen, his mother. The prophecy had come true, not because he ignored it, but because he tried to stop it. That, you see, is how Greek prophecy works. It does not lie, but it never helps. Tells you what, never how, and certainly never why. Even heroes were not exempt. Take Perseus. The prophecy said he would kill his grandfather, Acrisius. So Acrisius, naturally, locked his daughter Danae in a bronze chamber to prevent her from ever having children. Zeus, always up for a challenge, entered the chamber anyway, as a shower of gold. Mythology is full of these sorts of unorthodox relationships. Perseus was born, sent away, grew up, became a hero. Years later, at some friendly games, he threw a discus. A stray wind, a bad bounce. The discus flew into the crowd and struck his grandfather dead. Prophecy fulfilled. No malice. No design. Just fate doing what fate does. Then there's Croesus, the famously wealthy king of Lydia. Before waging war against the Persians, he consulted the oracle at Delphi. As one did. The oracle told him, if you cross the river, a great empire will fall. Croesus, confident, charged into battle. And he lost. The empire that fell was his own. The message was accurate, just not in the way he'd hoped. The Greeks understood this paradox. They didn't see fate as a riddle to be solved, but as a thread to be followed, whether you liked it or not. The Moirai, the Fates, were three ancient goddesses who governed every mortal's life. Clotho spun the thread. Lachesis measured it. Atropos cut it. Even the gods respected them. Even Zeus, because fate was older than Olympus, older than time. And the oracles, those haunted priestesses who spoke the will of Apollo, were not inventing their words. They were merely translating. The most famous oracle, of course, was the Pythia at Delphi. She sat on a tripod over a chasm in the temple floor, inhaling vapors, probably from naturally occurring gases, and spoke in riddles. Kings consulted her before wars, generals before campaigns, farmers before planting. And she would answer, but always vaguely, always with just enough ambiguity to keep things interesting. Ask how long you'll live, and she might say, when the eagle leaves its nest, so too shall your flame go out. Ask if your son will return from battle, and she might reply, he will bring glory to your name, though not your house. Technically true, practically useless. It wasn't that the gods enjoyed confusing mortals. Well, actually, they did enjoy it. Little. But prophecy, for them, was more like theater. A carefully written script where mortals played their roles. And no one, not even the protagonist, could skip a line. This made life rather tense for those who were prophesied about. Take Paris of Troy. At his birth, a prophecy warned he would bring about the destruction of his city. So he was abandoned on a hillside, a recurring theme. But of course, he survived, grew up, became handsome, charming, rather fond of judging divine beauty contests. One golden apple, one seduction of Helen, one 10-year war later, prophecy fulfilled. Troy burned, all because a baby was fated to cause ruin. And because mortals, in trying to prevent it, made it inevitable. it's tempting to think of prophecy as a trap. But the Greeks didn't quite see it that way. They saw it as Moira. Your portion, your lot, something not to be escaped, but to be understood. In fact, the truly tragic characters weren't the ones who tried to defy fate. They were the ones who never learned what it was. Take Agamemnon. He returned home from Troy victorious, proud, utterly unaware that his wife, Clytemnestra, planned to murder him in his bath. There was no prophecy warning him. No divine whisper. Just the slow march of consequences. For a war he started, a daughter he sacrificed, a kingdom he neglected. In a way, the silence was worse than the omen. At least when the gods speak, you know what's coming. But prophecy wasn't just a tool of tragedy. Sometimes it was a mechanism for power. Kings claimed divine approval through oracles. Founders of colonies sought signs. Even Socrates, the philosopher, was famously told by the oracle at Delphi that no man was wiser than he. He spent the rest of his life trying to prove it wrong, and in doing so, proved it right. That was the great irony of Greek prophecy. It revealed truth, not by clarifying, but by challenging. You understood it only after it happened. Only after the bodies were counted. The temples burned, the throne vacant. Only then did someone somewhere say, "Ah, so that's what it meant." And so mortals learned to live with uncertainty. They consulted oracles, yes, but they also built contingency plans. They made sacrifices. Read omens in bird flight, burned bones, and studied the cracks. A priestess might interpret the bleating of a goat. A general might base a military decision on the way a chicken pecked at grain. If that sounds ridiculous. Remember, they weren't looking for certainty. They were looking for alignment, a sense that their actions fit the will of fate. Because if the gods are, or seem to, perhaps things would go well. And if they didn't, at least the disaster would be dignified. Even mythology's cleverest mortals, Odysseus, for instance, never outwitted prophecy. They navigated it, delayed it, danced around its edges. But the thread was always waiting to be cut, and no one, not even the tricksters, escaped in the end. There is something terribly human in this. To long for knowledge, to receive it in part, and to realize that knowledge alone does not grant control. To know that the future is written, and still to hope that maybe, just maybe, it isn't written in ink. Some mortals went mad from prophecy. Cassandra, of course, saw everything and could change nothing. Others, like Laius and Jocasta, acted decisively, boldly, and made things worse. And a few simply walked forward, like Achilles. He knew his fate, knew he would die young, knew his name would live on while his life would be cut short, and he chose it. That's the strange mercy of prophecy. It tells you the end, but it never tells you what kind of person you'll be when you meet it. And so, in the space between the knowing and the arriving, mortals lived, loved, fought, failed, sang, died, and somewhere, far above or deep within, the gods watched and smiled, because prophecy, after all, was not just a sentence. It was a story. And mortals? They played their parts beautifully. If you were a mortal in ancient Greece, you likely accepted a few basic truths. The gods were powerful. Fate was inevitable. Monsters existed. And somewhere, somehow, the end of the world was coming. Or at least, the end of your world. Because in Greek mythology, when things went wrong, truly wrong, it was never the gods who paid the price. It was the mortals. They suffered first, and they suffered most. You could be a farmer planting barley, or a sailor watching the coast fade, or a mother brushing olive oil onto her child's hair. And without warning, the gods could decide that your city, your field, your life was finished. Not from malice, necessarily. Sometimes from boredom. Sometimes as a warning to others. Sometimes as the side effect of a squabble between two immortals about who forgot the libation last festival. The reasons didn't matter much. The consequences always did. Let's begin, then, with the flood. Not Noah's, but Deucalion's, the Greek version. You see, once upon a time, humans had become, in Zeus's eyes, a bit unruly, loud, ungrateful. Too many festivals gone unobserved. Too many sacrifices skimped. The gods had given them fire, taught them farming, let them name the stars. And how did they repay it? By being irritating. So Zeus, rather characteristically, decided to wipe them out. He unleashed a great flood, a deluge that covered the earth. Temples sank, herds drowned, cities vanished beneath the waves. Only 2 mortals survived, Deucalion and his wife Pyrrha, not because they were particularly strong, or cunning, or rich, but because they were pious. Zeus gave them a warning. They built a chest, not a grand ship, just a watertight box. They floated as the world drowned. And when the waters receded, they stepped onto a barren, empty world, alone, alive, exhausted. To repopulate the earth, they were told to throw the bones of their mother behind them. A riddle, naturally. They realized this meant the stones of Gaia. The earth dot, as they threw the stones, they transformed into people. The new human race, stone-born, hardy, no longer made of gold or silver or bronze, as earlier mythic races had been, but of rock, tough, durable, slightly miserable. The flood myth wasn't unique to Greece, but its moral was telling. When the world ends, the gods start over, but the mortals, they have to rebuild from nothing. With no help. Then there's the tale of Pandora. Ah, Pandora, the first woman crafted by Hephaestus, blessed by the gods with beauty, grace, and curiosity, and gifted a jar, or, as it's more famously mistranslated, a box. She was told not to open it. Naturally, she did. And from it poured every sorrow known to humankind. Disease, famine, war, grief, madness, aging, all the things the race had never known. Hope fluttered out last, whether as comfort or cruel joke, depends on how you read it, but the point is clear. The gods gave mortals the tools of suffering, sometimes directly. Sometimes wrapped in something lovely. Pandora wasn't evil. She wasn't even malicious. She was simply human. And the punishment, as always, fell on everyone else. Even Prometheus, who loved mortals and gave them fire, was punished, chained to a rock, liver devoured daily by an eagle. Not because he had destroyed anything, but because he had helped. Helping mortals, it seemed, was a serious offense, and yet mortals kept living, kept working, worshipping, hoping. Perhaps because hope had slipped out of the jar, too. But the gods didn't need an apocalypse to end a world. Sometimes they simply turned away. Demeter, for instance, when her daughter Persephone was taken by Hades into the underworld, Demeter, goddess of the harvest, wandered the earth in mourning. Crops failed. Famine spread. The green world turned brown. Mortals starved. Not because they sinned, but because a mother grieved. Eventually, a compromise was struck. Persephone would spend part of the year above, part below, and so came the seasons. Spring and summer, when the daughter returns. Autumn and winter, when she descends. It's a beautiful myth, but one built on the bones of the hungry. Even in their sadness, the gods had consequences. Then there were wars. The Trojan War wasn't just a clash of men and swords. It was divine theater. Aphrodite gave Helen to Paris. Hera and Athena snubbed, supported the Greeks. Zeus watched, occasionally amused, occasionally bored. And as the gods chose sides, mortals died. Achilles, Hector, Patroclus, Ajax, thousands unnamed. A city fell. A king lost his homecoming. A queen plotted her revenge. And why? Because a mortal judged a divine beauty contest. One poor choice. One golden apple. One compliment tossed to the wrong immortal. And the world burned. The gods, in their way, were always reenacting creation and destruction. Every war was a mini-apocalypse. Every slight a chance to unravel everything. Mortals weren't. Consulted. They were simply caught in the blast radius. Even love could end the world. Ask Semele. She was a mortal woman seduced by Zeus. Hera, jealous, tricked her into asking Zeus to reveal his true form. He did. She was vaporized by divine radiance. Her unborn child, Dionysus, was saved, sewn into Zeus's thigh, because myths are rarely tidy. Semele's death wasn't malicious. It was technical. She wasn't built to see a god bear his power. Mortals never are. Then there's the madness. The gods could break a mortal mind as easily as snapping a reed. Take Heracles, the greatest hero, strongest. Of men, driven mad by Hera, he slaughtered his wife and children. The world ended in that moment for him. And though he atoned, though he performed 12 impossible labors, and was eventually made a god himself, the cost was unbearable. For the mortals in his story, there was no redemption arc. Only blood. Only silence. The Greek worldview was not without hope, but it was shaped by resignation. Mortals lived in a world that was not built for them. They lived on borrowed land, under borrowed sky, at the mercy of beings who did not always know or care what their actions cost. And when the gods lost interest, well, then things got truly dangerous. A neglected ritual, a missed omen, a slighted shrine. Any of these could lead to plagues, storms, madness, crop failure. The gods didn't need to rage. They simply had to stop listening. The end of a mortal world wasn't a fiery conclusion. It was silence from Olympus. And still they prayed. To Athena for wisdom. To Apollo for healing. To Artemis for safety and childbirth. They sang the hymns, burned the fat, poured the wine, not because they were certain it would help, but because they feared what happened when no one did. Mortals learn too with endings. Small ones, personal ones. City walls collapsing, loved ones turning to shadows, heroes vanishing into smoke. They accepted that time was not kind, that history was not fair, that the gods had other priorities. But they told their stories. Preserved the myths, painted the jars, built the temples, because telling the story in the end was all the power they had. To name the suffering, to place it in context. To turn the chaos into something resembling sense. So when the world ended, as it often did, in pieces, at least it could be remembered, soon shared. Even the end, the Greeks knew, could be made beautiful, if only in hindsight, and that, perhaps, was the only comfort a mortal could rely on. The gods would do what they pleased. But the mortals? They would make meaning of it. They would gather the ashes and write it down. Once upon a time, though, as with all Greek myths, once is more a suggestion than a precise timestamp, there lived a man named Orpheus. Now, Orpheus was not a warrior, nor a king, nor even a demigod, which made him something of a novelty in Greek storytelling. Instead, he was a musician, but not just any musician. Orpheus was said to play the lyre so beautifully that even stones wept and rivers slowed their flow to listen. Birds paused mid-flight, and wild beasts lay down like house cats at his feet. Quite a concert, really. His mother was Calliope, the muse of epic poetry, and his father was either the Thracian king Rhegoras, or, as some rather proud sources claim, Apollo himself. Whether it was royalty or divinity that accounted for his talent, it didn't much matter. The important bit is that Orpheus was a master of his craft, a one-man orchestra with a flair for the melancholic. Orpheus lived in Thrace, a region known in ancient times for its fierce warriors, thick forests, and a general air of mystical spookines. It was not a place one wandered without a torch and a healthy respect for nature's spirits. But for Orpheus, the land sang back to him. He composed melodies that made oak trees lean in closer, and even Hecate, goddess of ghosts and witchcraft, is said to have paused to listen. Now that's an endorsement. As it often happens in myths, Orpheus fell in love. Her name was Eurydice. She's sometimes described as a dryad, a woodland nymph, though in other versions she's mortal, though quite a luminous one. She and Orpheus married, and by all accounts they were happy. Blissful even, which, in mythological terms, is rather like announcing a storm during a picnic. Something dreadful was bound to happen. Their happiness was short-lived. Barely had the wedding garlands wilted when fate intervened. Eurydice, walking alone through a sunlit meadow, never a good idea in a Greek myth, was spotted by a shepherd named Aristes. Now, Aristes was the rugged, rustic sort, a son of Apollo and a minor god of beekeeping, among other agricultural talents. He saw Eurydice and was overcome with lust. Whether it was divine mischief or just very poor judgment, he chased her. Fleeing through the underbrush, Eurydice stepped on a serpent. One bite, one moment of excruciating pain, and she collapsed. The poison spread fast. By the time Orpheus reached her, she was gone. Just like that. Orpheus was shattered. His grief wasn't the loud kind. It was silent and heavy, like snowfall over a grave. He wandered the hills, playing his sorrow into the world. The birds didn't sing anymore. They listened. Even the rocks, notoriously hard-hearted, seemed to mourn. But sorrow, for all its weight, eventually stirs resolve. Orpheus made a decision no living man had made before. He would journey into the underworld and bring her back. Now, the underworld wasn't designed for round-trip travel. It was ruled by Hades, a god who believed firmly in no refunds. The land of the dead was shrouded in shadow, guarded by Cerberus, the three-headed dog, and accessible only by ferry, operated, of course, by Charon, who took only obels placed in the mouths of the deceased. Fortunately, Orpheus had not only charm, but also a certain confidence in his lyre. He arrived at the river Styx and played for Charon, whose grumpy demeanor melted like butter on a forge. For the first time in perhaps centuries, Charon ferried a living soul across. Next came Cerberus, a monstrous creature with 3 heads and a tail like a venomous whip. Cerberus was not a being easily reasoned with. But Orpheus didn't try reason. He played a lullaby so haunting and gentle that all 3 heads fell into slumber, dreaming perhaps of Styx and belly rubs. Finally, Orpheus reached the throne of Hades and Persephone. Hades was a ruler more feared than loved, a god of absolute finality. Persephone, the queen of the dead, was no less formidable, though her story, abducted from springtime fields, wedded to a deaf god, yet allowed to return to the surface for part of the year, makes her one of the more layered deities. Orpheus bowed, lifted his lyre, and began to play. No words were spoken, just music, music that carried every ounce of his grief, every note soaked in love and mourning. He sang of Eurydice's laughter, of the wedding they barely had, of the days they should have spent growing old together. He sang of lost summers and ghosted futures, and the impossible happened. The Furies wept. Persephone covered her face, and Hades, cold-blooded custodian of the dead, was moved. He granted Orpheus's wish with a condition. Eurydice would follow him back, but he must not look back at her until both had reached the surface. No glances, no whispers, no confirmation of her presence, just trust. Now one might think this a simple enough instruction, But myths thrive on the delicate tensions of the human psyche. Orpheus had just descended into hell itself. He'd walked past ghouls and tormented shades, played his soul out to divine rulers, and now, with Eurydice behind him in utter silence, he was expected to climb upwards, blind with hope. Step by step he ascended. The darkness thinned. A breeze began to stir. He could almost hear her, the faint echo of her sandals against the stone, but still no confirmation, no words. And just as he reached the threshold, just as daylight broke across his face, he turned. Some say it was instinct, others say he doubted, or perhaps it was love itself, too overwhelming to resist. Regardless, his eyes met hers for one brief, frozen instant, and she began to vanish. Her form blurred like fog, drifting back into shadow. Her hand reached forward, lips parted, but no sound came. Then she was gone again. Only this time forever. Orpheus tried to descend once more, but the passage was closed. The gods had made their mercy clear. There would be no repeat performance. So he returned to the world above, alone, again. And here, perhaps, the myth becomes most human. Orpheus did not move on. He did not remarry. He shunned all lovers and wandered the earth, playing his sorrow into the winds. Trees bent to listen. Animals followed, and even the gods seemed to leave him alone, out of pity or perhaps reverence. Now you might wonder, what exactly was the point of such a cruel test? Why allow him so close, only to snatch her away? In part, it reflects an ancient theme, the fragility of human hope. Greek tragedy isn't about happy endings. It's about the beauty of striving, even in the face of certain doom. Orpheus becomes a symbol of love's reach and the peril of doubt. Historically, Orpheus became a central figure in what would be called the Orphic Mysteries, a spiritual movement that believed the soul could ascend beyond its mortal coil through purity, music, and understanding. His journey to and from the underworld was seen not just as a tale of love, but as a metaphor for enlightenment and transcendence. Poets and artists adored him. Virgil, in his Georgics, gave Orpheus a beautifully tragic ending. Ovid, in Metamorphoses, added emotional resonance. Later, medieval and Renaissance thinkers reimagined him as a Christ-like figure, a martyr for beauty and love. But the ancient Greeks, they were both more honest and more ruthless. They believed in fate, and in their telling, Orpheus' end came not from age or grief, but from the Maenads, the wild, frenzied followers of Dionysus. Offended by his rejection of women, or perhaps incited by some frenzied ritual, they tore him apart, limb from limb. His head and lyre, still singing, floated down the river Hebrus, carried to the sea. His final song, they say, was one of peace. The Muses, his divine kin, retrieved what they could and buried his remains at the foot of Mount Olympus. There, the nightingales sing more sweetly than anywhere else. There's a certain poetry in that ending. Orpheus, the man who loved too deeply, now rests in eternal harmony. His lyre became a constellation, Lyra, placed in the sky by the gods, as if even they could not bear to let him fade entirely. So what does this all mean for us? Perhaps Orpheus teaches us that love, even doomed love, holds a kind of sacred power. That beauty lies not just in happy endings, but in the striving. And that doubt, while painfully human, is the shadow cast by our brightest hope's dot. And now, as you lie here, drifting into the soft haze of sleep, let the gentle hum of Orpheus' lyre follow you. He played not to win, but because he must. Because love, however cursed, demanded it. And in that quiet place between dreaming and waking, perhaps Eurydice hears it still. Ah, ancient Athens, a city of philosophers, of democracy, and quite helpfully, for our story of operatic family dysfunction. Our tale this evening unfolds in the shadow of kings and gods, Among bloodlines so tangled you'd be forgiven for needing a corkboard and red string dot, at its heart lies a woman named Phaedra, a man named Hippolytus, and the kind of cursed romance that makes one grateful for rather ordinary heartbreaks. Let us begin, as all good tragedies do, with Theseus. Yes, that Theseus, the slayer of the Minotaur, the proud prince who navigated the labyrinth, string in hand, and then, somewhat less impressively, abandoned his lover Ariadne on a random island. Like last week's Olive's charming fellow. Years later, Theseus married Ariadne's sister, Phaedra, because why suffer a clean break when one can embroil an entire bloodline? Phaedra was the daughter of Minos, king of Crete, and Pasiphae, daughter of the sun god Helios. Her sister Ariadne had helped Theseus slay her own monstrous half-brother. So you might say Phaedra's family gatherings were complicated. Now, when she married Theseus, Phaedra became stepmother to his son Hippolytus, born of an earlier union with the Amazon queen, Hippolyta. The Amazons, you'll recall, were a fierce band of warrior women who didn't especially care for traditional domestic arrangements, or indeed men. So Hippolytus was raised more in their vein, aloof, chaste, and frankly more interested in hunting than in humans. He worshipped Artemis, goddess of the hunt and protector of virgins, and actively avoided Aphrodite, goddess of love and lust. This, as it turns out, was an ill-advised theological stance. You see, in Greek myth, the gods don't much care for being snubbed, especially not Aphrodite. She didn't just encourage passion, she demanded it. And when Hippolytus dismissed her realm in favor of Artemis and his virtuous, abstinent pursuits, Aphrodite was, shall we say, not amused. So, in a fashion that only the gods could consider, she decided to teach him a lesson, not by striking him directly, but by orchestrating a most exquisite disaster. Her target, Phaedra. Aphrodite caused Phaedra, the respectable queen, to fall violently, hopelessly in love with her stepson. Now pause a moment. This is not your garden variety crush. This was a supernatural compulsion, a divine manipulation of the heart. Phaedra fought it. She tried everything. She prayed. She wept. She contemplated death as a preferable option. But the passion remained, feverish, shameful, and utterly destructive. Eventually, Phaedra confided in her nurse, an elderly servant with all the discretion of a town crier on market day. The nurse, thinking she was helping, approached Hippolytus and revealed the queen's feelings. Now Hippolytus, remember, was not exactly a people person. His reaction was one of horror, disgust, and high moral indignation. He rejected the idea outright, insulted Phaedra, and, depending on the version, threatened to tell his father Theseus. And so Phaedra, humiliated and terrified, took the only path she saw open. She wrote a letter accusing Hippolytus of attempting to seduce her, and then took her own life. When Theseus found her lifeless body and read the note, he was consumed with grief and fury. Not known for his even temper or investigative rigor, he cursed his son without so much as a conversation. Here's where things take a divine turn. Theseus happened to be on friendly terms with Poseidon, god of the sea, who had granted him 3 wishes, like a cosmic gift card. With one of these wishes, Theseus asked for Hippolytus' death. Poseidon obliged. As Hippolytus drove his chariot, along the shore, a monstrous bull, a gift from the sea god, rose from the waves, panicked the horses, and sent the chariot careening. Hippolytus was thrown, dragged, and fatally wounded. Only later, much too late of course, did Theseus learn the truth. Artemis herself descended, explaining the cruel game Aphrodite had played, the lie that cost her life, and the loyalty his son had shown to virtue and restraint. There is, needless to say, no scene more thoroughly Greek than a god turning up after everything's already gone to Hades. Theseus was devastated. and Hippolytus. He died in agony, having lost the love of his father, the clarity of his life's purpose. And ironically, his life, despite never having loved at all. Now let us take a breath and peek behind the myth. The tale of Phaedra and Hippolytus has been retold across centuries. Euripides, that dark-hearted dramatist of the 5th century BCE, gave us one of the earliest full versions in his tragedy Hippolytus. In it, he explores themes of divine injustice, the dangers of repression, and the ruinous consequences of desire, particularly desire denied. In Euripides' hands, no one is wholly innocent. Phaedra is sympathetic yet weak. Hippolytus is virtuous but cold, even arrogant. Theseus is rash, a father governed by passion rather than reason. And the gods? Oh, they are more than vindictive forces meddling in the hearts of mortals for sport. Ramon. Writers took up the story as well. Seneca, in particular, leaned into the moral horror of it all, giving us a Phaedra even more tormented and a Hippolytus even more aloof. The myth was, for the Romans, a warning about ungoverned emotion and the brittle fragility of honor. But beyond the drama lies a question. Why was Hippolytus so thoroughly punished? It seems that in the Greek worldview, extremes, even extreme, virtue or dangerous. Hippolytus rejected love, women, and even the natural order. He refused Aphrodite entirely, and in doing so brought divine wrath upon himself. Moderation, or sophrosin, was the ideal. Passion, whether indulged or denied, could be ruinous if not tempered with balance. Phaedra, meanwhile, becomes the archetype of the woman torn by uncontrollable longing. In some versions, she is a tragic victim, in others, a more active deceiver. But even in her darkest portrayals, she is not without pathos. She didn't choose her desire. It was placed in her by Aphrodite, an invasion of the soul. Her suicide, while terrible, is framed as an escape from shame and a desperate, if futile, attempt to protect her honor. It's worth noting, too, that Hippolytus' death is one of the few in Greek myth that involves the invocation of a wish granted by a god. Theseus' call to Poseidon brings into sharp focus the terrifying idea that divine gifts can just as easily become curses. Be careful what you wish for, they say, and Theseus learned that the hard way. There is also in the background the quiet rivalry between Artemis and Aphrodite, chastity versus desire, each goddess claiming their mortal, each refusing to concede. And Hippolytus? A pawn in their celestial quarrel. Artemis honors him after death, promising that young girls will sing of him before their weddings, a melancholic tribute to a man who never loved. In later centuries, the myth would influence everything from Racine's Phaedra, a French tragedy of seething guilt and eloquent repression, to modern psychological interpretations of obsession, denial, and the tragic inevitability of miscommunication. It's a story not just about forbidden love, but about the impossibility of perfection. So what are we to make of this tale? Perhaps it whispers to us in the quiet hours that love, when twisted by pride or denial, becomes unrecognizable, that purity without empathy can be as dangerous as passion without restraint, that gods, whether ancient or of our own making, are rarely fair. As you drift now gently towards sleep, consider the image of Hippolytus driving his chariot along a glittering shore, unaware of the doom rising from the sea. Consider Phaedra, torn between longing and honor, a queen undone by feelings not her own, and Theseus, flawed, impulsive human, wishing too late for the truth. In the end, no hero, god, or queen were spared. A love that never bloomed still managed to destroy them all. And so, with the hush of sea waves and the faint whisper of hoofbeats, let the tale fade softly from your mind. After all, in the realm of Greek myth, even silence carries the echo of tragedy. Let us dim the torchlight, settle deeper into our pillows, and drift to a time long before reason and restraint were fashionable. back when the gods meddled freely in mortal affairs, and beauty could, quite literally, cause the fall of empires. Tonight's tale belongs to a love so cursed, so extravagantly disastrous, that even poets centuries later shook their heads in disbelief. Paris and Helen. She, the most beautiful woman in the world. He, a Trojan prince with the decision-making skills of a sleep-deprived squirrel. Together, they triggered a war that lasted 10 years, toppled a mighty city, and gave us one of the longest and bloodiest epics in Western literature. Romance, anyone? Let us begin, appropriately, with a wedding, but not of Paris or Helen. No, this was the wedding of Peleus, a mortal, and Thetis, a sea nymph. A curious pairing, certainly, but the gods were all invited, except, crucially, for Eris, goddess of discord. As you might imagine, Eris did not take kindly to being snubbed. So, in a move of divine pettiness that would make any soap opera villain blush, she crashed the party and tossed a golden apple into the crowd. Upon the apple were inscribed the words to the fairest. Now, if you know anything about Greek goddesses, you know this sort of thing is best avoided. Immediately, 3 stepped forward to claim the prize. Hera, queen of the gods, Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, and Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty. Not a trio known for sharing. Zeus wisely refusing to choose between his wife and 2 of his most powerful daughters, appointed a mortal judge, Paris of Troy, a prince known more for his looks than his wit. Poor lad. He was tending his flocks on Mount Ida when the 3 goddesses appeared, shimmering and radiant, each offering a bribe more tempting than the last. Hera promised him power, rule over vast lands and mighty kingdoms. Athena offered wisdom and victory in battle, eternal glory on the field. And Aphrodite, she offered him love, specifically the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris, ever the romantic, or perhaps simply a man with an eye for aesthetics, chose Aphrodite. Thus, with the flick of a divine promise, the stage was set. Now, the most beautiful woman in the world was Helen of Sparta, daughter of Zeus and Leda. Yes, the same Leda whom Zeus seduced in the form of a swan. In what might be mythology's strangest courtship, Helen was raised by King Tyndareus of Sparta and eventually married Menelaus, the king himself. He was a capable ruler, brother to the more famously brutish Agamemnon, and not altogether thrilled when Paris turned up at his palace. Paris, fulfilling Aphrodite's gift, wooed, or, depending on the version, abducted Helen and whisked her away to Troy. Some say she went willingly, bewitched by Aphrodite's charm. Others suggest she had little choice in the matter. Still others believe a phantom Helen went to Troy, while the real one remained in Egypt. But let's not complicate things with metaphysics. What is certain is this: Helen's departure was seen as a grave insult, a personal betrayal to Menelaus, and a political one to every Greek prince who had once vied for her hand. You see, Tyndareus had cleverly made all of Helen's suitors swear an oath, known later as the Oath of Tyndareus, to protect and defend whoever she chose to marry. This turned out to be less a romantic safeguard and more a war clause. And so the kings of Greece united, not merely to restore one man's pride, but to honor an oath, settle scores, and, if we're being honest, to indulge in a bit of conquering. The result was the Trojan War. Ah, the Trojan War. A conflict so grand and so devastating, it took not one but 2 epic poems to contain it, the Iliad and the Odyssey. And that's just the beginning. 10 years of siege, countless deaths and heroes. Like Achilles, Hector, Odysseus, and Ajax, thrown into a whirlwind of battle, all for the sake of one woman's love or lust, or really bad timing. Now, what of Paris and Helen during this war? Paris, though not devoid of courage, was no match for the great Greek heroes. He was better with words than weapons, and preferred archery to hand-to-hand combat, a rather unmanly thing in Homeric eyes. It was he who shot Achilles in the heel, though with some divine assistance, of course. Even his most famous kill comes shrouded in debate. Helen, meanwhile, remained in Troy, often portrayed as guilt-ridden and conflicted. Homer gives us glimpses of her regret, her sense of alienation. In the Iliad, she calls herself a shameless whore, blaming herself for the bloodshed. Yet we also see her cleverness, her nobility, and her strange affection for her new Trojan family, even as the Greeks pound at the gates. The war eventually ends, as you may recall, with the ruse of the Trojan horse, a grand deception led by Odysseus, who tricked the Trojans into wheeling their doom inside the city walls. That night, Greek soldiers emerged from the hollow belly of the horse and opened the gates. Troy burned. The city was razed, men slaughtered, women enslaved, children thrown from walls. It was not a rescue. It was a reckoning. And Paris? He died before the fall, wounded by the Greek hero Philoctetes, his pleas for healing ignored. Helen, remarkably, survived. Here history takes a twist. Helen was taken back to Sparta by Menelaus. Not executed, not shunned, but restored as queen. In Euripides' play, Helen, she's even portrayed as entirely innocent, a pawn of the gods. But what of the curse? Ah, yes, the curse. For the love of Helen, countless lives were lost. Kingdoms fell. Heroes perished. The ancient Greeks believed in Moira, in fate, and when one tampered with the cosmic balance, say by giving a mortal woman the beauty of a goddess, and then having her abducted by a Trojan prince, retribution was inevitable. Helen and Paris were not simply two people in love. They were symbols of lust unbound, of divine meddling, of the fragility of peace. Their love wasn't just cursed. It was a curse laid upon them by forces beyond their ken. Aphrodite's gift turned out to be more of a trap, and Paris's choice, though his own, brought ruin. There's a poignant line in Homer's Iliad where Priam, the aging king of Troy, speaks to Helen and says, "I do not blame you." It's a rare moment of grace, and perhaps an acknowledgement that no one in this tale was truly in control. The gods pulled the strings, and the mortals danced or stumbled accordingly. And yet, generations later, artists and poets continue to return to Paris and Helen. Why? Because theirs is the quintessential tale of beauty and destruction, of the irresistible pull of desire, even when we know the cost. Helen becomes not just a woman, but an idea of longing, of regret, of the havoc that follows when love is chosen above duty, above peace. In some versions, Paris and Helen are reunited in the afterlife. In others, Helen marries again, grows old, fades into legend. But always, she remains the face that launched 1,000 ships, and more accurately, 1,000 deaths. We might shake our heads at Paris's foolishness. We might pity Helen's fate. But deep down, we understand the perilous magnetism of what they shared, a beauty too perfect to hold, a love too cursed to survive. So, as your eyes grow heavy and your breath evens out, imagine Troy before the war, its high towers gleaming, its gates strong, its people innocent of what's to come. Picture Helen on the walls, watching the ships sail toward her, each bearing the weight of vengeance, and Paris beside her, hand in hers, neither of them fully understanding the price of that golden apple. A single choice, a whispered promise, and the fall of a city. Sleep well. Let us drift now into the hush of a forest glade. The leaves shimmer gently overhead. The air is heavy with birdsong, not quite real. And from somewhere, not far, not near, a music stirs, sweet and aching. A lyre strummed by fingers so gifted, they might well have been kissed by the gods. Tonight, dear listener, we speak of Orpheus. Now, Orpheus wasn't your typical Greek hero. No sword, no spear. He didn't slay monsters, or outwit Sphinx, or start a war over some wayward lover. No, Orpheus wielded only music. And yet, with that, he could do what no blade could, move the world itself. The rocks wept his songs. The rivers paused their flow. Trees leaned in, and wild beasts sat quietly at his feet. Even Hades, lord of the underworld and notoriously difficult at parties, would in time grant him audience. But let us not rush. We must first meet Eurydice. Eurydice was a dryad, a nymph. Of the trees. Beautiful, yes? But also wild in spirit, elusive as a breeze in spring. She met Orpheus, or perhaps he found her, singing in some quiet glade, and the two fell into a love so pure, so gentle, it seemed untouched by fate. They married. Beneath the trees. The Muses blessed the union, and for a moment everything was as it should be. Ah, but this is Greek mythology. And if there's one thing we've learned so far, it's that happiness is rarely allowed to flourish unpunished. Not long after their wedding, Eurydice was wandering through a field when she was spotted by Aristes, a minor god of agriculture, and ironically, beekeeping. He became, let's say, overenthusiastic in his admiration, and chased her. In her flight, Eurydice stepped on a serpent, the snake, perhaps insulted that its peaceful sunbathing had been interrupted, bit her, and just like that, she died. Now, in many stories, death is the end. But Orpheus was not content to mourn beneath the stars. He tuned his lyre, steadied his resolve, and descended into the underworld. Not metaphorically, literally. You see, unlike the Christian afterlife or the Buddhist wheel of rebirth, the Greek underworld was a shadowy, bureaucratic sort of place. There was paperwork and rivers and levels. The dead were sorted, seated, and generally discouraged from mingling with the living. But Orpheus, singing his sorrow, crossed them all. At the gates of the underworld stood Cerberus, the three-headed hound, a beast bred to devour hope. Orpheus played his lyre, and the great dog lay down and slept, all three heads dreaming different dreams. He passed the river Styx, that black ribbon of forgetfulness, where Karain the ferryman carried souls across for a fee. Except this time, no coin was needed. Music was payment enough. At last, Orpheus came before Hades and Persephone, lord and lady of the dead. Now Hades is often depicted unfairly as cruel or malicious. But in truth, he was simply a man with a job no one else wanted, to oversee the realm where all things end. And he did it for the most part without complaint. Persephone, of course, was the springtime bride who lived half the year below and half above. She understood sorrow. And so, when Orpheus played for them, he didn't plead. He didn't argue. He let the music speak. It was a song of loss, of sunlit mornings never to be shared, of laughter that now echoed too quietly, of a love that had bloomed and been severed in a moment. It was said that even the Furies, those ancient goddesses of vengeance, shed tears. Hades, unmoved by speeches, found his cold heart softened. And so, the lord of the underworld made a rare concession. Eurydice would be returned to life. But there, as always a but in Greek mythology, only on one condition: Orpheus must lead her out. She would follow behind, silent and unseen, and he must not look back until they had both emerged into the world of the living. Simple, you think? A stroll and a bit of self-control? But remember, this is not a stroll through a sunny meadow. This is the land of shadows. The silence is thick, the air tastes of iron, and the mind, when anxious, whispers, "What if she isn't?" There, it says, "What if they've tricked you? What if she stumbles? What if you are alone?" Orpheus walked. His steps echoed through the endless gloom. Behind him he felt a presence, light as breath. He resisted the urge to turn. Step after step, he climbed the dark tunnel toward the light. And then, just as the first sunbeam kissed his face, he turned. He turned. Eurydice was behind him, her hand reaching out. But she was still in the shadowed threshold, not quite free, and so, before his eyes, she faded, silently, back into the dark, this time forever. Some say she looked at him with sorrow, others with forgiveness, but she said nothing, because in the underworld, speech is a fragile thing. Orpheus tried to return, but a second descent was not permitted. The gods are not in the habit of repeating gifts. And so he climbed back to the surface alone. Now, this would be a fine place to end. But Orpheus' story lingers, much like his melodies. He returned to the living world. But he did not live. He wandered the forests, singing songs of loss and the cruelty of fate. He rejected the company of women, spurning even those who loved him. Some say the Maenads, frenzied followers of Dionysus, killed him in a fit of wrath, tearing him limb from limb when he refused their advances. His head, still singing, floated down the river Hebrus. Others say he simply faded, becoming part of the music that once moved the stars. Now let us pause and examine this myth with a gentler eye. Orpheus was not punished for arrogance. He was punished for being human. He doubted. He feared. He loved too much in that moment of doubt. When he turned, it was not disobedience. It was longing. He wanted to see her, to reassure himself, to feel her presence just once more. And that, in Greek, myth is perhaps the most damning sin of all, to want too much. There's a quiet cruelty to the condition set by Hades. It is not enough that Orpheus is brave, or pure, or devoted. He must also be perfectly obedient. And the test comes not in the form of danger, but in the form of silence. How many of us could bear such a test? Philosophers have long debated this story. Some see it as an allegory for the finality of death, that no art, no love can truly undo it. Others read it as a psychological journey. Orpheus' descent into grief, his struggle with hope, and his inevitable failure to let go. There is, too, the contrast of light and dark, of male and female. Orpheus, the rational, facing forward. Eurydice, the mysterious, trailing behind. Their inability to connect, physical, emotional, spiritual, is at the heart of the tragedy. And yet, it is not a hopeless tale. In some versions. When Orpheus dies, his soul is reunited with Eurydice, not in triumph, but in quietude. Two shadows walking together in the asphodel meadows, where the ordinary dead dwell. No fanfare, no golden apple, just peace. We may ask, why does this story endure? Because it is, perhaps, the most relatable of all. We have all looked back when we should have forged ahead. We have all doubted the promises given to us. We have all lost something or someone and wondered if, by some act of will or love, we could bring them back. Orpheus reminds us that love is powerful, but not omnipotent. That beauty can stir gods, but not undo fate. And that the greatest tragedies are not born from hatred, but from tenderness. So as you slip now into sleep, imagine a man with a lyre, standing alone at the mouth of a cave. The birds quiet, the trees leaning in, and somewhere just behind him, a figure fading into the mist. A single glance, a lifetime of regret. And yet still, the song goes on. Settle in, dear listener. Let the world grow quiet around you. In this chapter, we descend into one of the darkest corners of mythic romance. A tale not of hearts gently entwined, but of loyalty twisted into vengeance. A love so cursed, even the gods seem to wince and look away. Tonight, we meet Medea and Jason, a couple whose story begins with daring quests in dragon-guarded treasures, but ends, well, rather differently. If you've ever thought your exes were a bit dramatic, Rest assured, they've got nothing on this pair. Let us begin with Jason. Jason was the rightful heir to the throne of Iolcus, a city in Thessaly. Unfortunately, as so often happens in Greek mythology, someone else had pinched the crown. His uncle Peleus, to be precise. When Jason came of age and demanded his birthright, Peleus, instead of simply giving it up like a reasonable chap, sighed, "Yes, yes, of course. But first, if you wouldn't mind terribly, just pop off and fetch the golden fleece." Now, the golden fleece was no ordinary garment. It came from a divine flying ram and was said to be imbued with magical properties and royal legitimacy. It also happened to be located in the distant land of Colchis, at the eastern edge of the known world, modern-day Georgia, more or less, guarded by a sleepless dragon, naturally. Jason, being a hero, or at least pretending to be one, accepted the quest. He assembled a ship, the Argo, and a crew of the greatest heroes of the age, Heracles, Orpheus, Atalanta, and more. They were called the Argonauts, and their journey was the Avengers, endgame of ancient Greece. But it is in Colchis that our story of love and of blood begins. Here we meet Medea. Now, Medea was no simple maiden. She was the daughter of King Aeates of Colchis, and a granddaughter of the sun god Helios. She was also a sorceress, trained in the magical arts, particularly skilled in potions, herbs, and, you guessed it, creative revenge. When Jason arrived in Colchis and asked for the fleece, King Aeates, in a truly Olympic act of poor hospitality, agreed, on the condition that Jason yoke a pair of fire-breathing bulls, plow a field with them, sow it with dragon's teeth, and defeat the army of warriors that sprang up from the soil. A fair day's work. Jason, clearly out of his depth, was doomed to fail. Enter Medea, struck by love, or perhaps a divine curse. Medea fell for Jason at first sight, not the first woman to be undone by a charming but slightly clueless adventurer, and certainly not the last. With a mix of love, and perhaps a smidgen, of Aphrodite's interference, Medea offered Jason her help. She gave him an enchanted salve to protect him from the bull's fire, and instructed him on how to defeat the earthborn warriors. Throw a rock among them, and let them fight each other. A neat trick, and frankly one that might still work at family gatherings. Thanks to Medea, Jason completed the trials, but her father refused to give him the fleece, so naturally they stole it. Medea put the dragon guarding the fleece to sleep using her magic, and the pair fled Colchis together. So far, so dramatic, but it gets darker. To delay pursuit, Medea performed what might be politely called a distraction. She killed her own brother, Absyrtus, and scattered his body parts into the sea, forcing her father to stop and collect them. Now there are alternate versions of this moment, some less gruesome, some more. But in any case, it was a point of no return. Medea had betrayed her family, her homeland, and her blood, all for Jason. A gesture of love or obsession. And now, dear listener, comes the cruel twist. Jason would never love her as fiercely as she loved him. They returned to Iolcus, where Medea, ever the helpful witch, tricked Peleus's daughters into murdering their own father. By convincing them she could make him young again, as one does. Naturally, this didn't end well, and the couple were forced to flee again. Eventually, they settled in Corinth. Here they lived peacefully for a time, and had 2 children. Simple, you think? A stroll and a bit of self-control? But remember, this is not a stroll through a sunny meadow. This is the land of shadows. The silence is thick, the air tastes of iron, and the mind, when anxious, whispers, "What if she isn't there?" It says, "What if they've tricked you? What if she stumbles? What if you are alone?" Orpheus walked. His steps echoed through the endless gloom. Behind him he felt a presence, light as breath. He resisted the urge to turn. Step after step, he climbed the dark tunnel toward the light. And then, just as the first sunbeam kissed his face, he turned. He turned. Eurydice was behind him, her hand reaching out. But she was still in the shadowed threshold, not quite free. And so, before his eyes, she faded, silently, back into the dark, this time forever. Some say she looked at him with sorrow, others with forgiveness, but she said nothing. Because in the underworld, speech is a fragile thing. Orpheus tried to return, but his second descent was not permitted. The gods are not in the habit of repeating gifts. And so he climbed back to the surface alone. Now, this would be a fine place to end. But Orpheus' story lingers, much like his melodies. He returned to the living world. But he did not live. He wandered the forests, singing songs of loss and the cruelty of fate. He rejected the company of women, spurning even those who loved him. Some say the Maenades, frenzied followers of Dionysus, killed him in a fit of wrath, tearing him limb from limb when he refused their advances. His head, still singing, floated down the river Hebrus. Others say he simply faded, becoming part of the music that once moved the stars. Now let us pause and examine this myth with a gentler eye. Orpheus was not punished for arrogance. He was punished for being human. He doubted. He feared. He loved too much. In that moment of doubt, when he turned, it was not disobedience. It was longing. He wanted to see her, to reassure himself, to feel her presence just once more. And that, in Greek, myth is perhaps the most damning sin of all, to want too much. There's a quiet cruelty to the condition set by Hades. It is not enough that Orpheus is brave, or pure, or devoted. He must also be perfectly obedient. And the test comes not in the form of danger, but in the form of silence. How many of us could bear such a test? Philosophers have long debated this story. Some see it as an allegory for the finality of death, that no art, no love can truly undo it. Others read it as a psychological journey. Orpheus' descent into grief, his struggle with hope, and his inevitable failure to let go. There is, too, the contrast of light and dark, of male and female. Orpheus, the rational, facing forward. Eurydice, the mysterious, trailing behind. Their inability to connect, physical, emotional, spiritual, is at the heart of the tragedy. And yet, it is not a hopeless tale. In some versions, when Orpheus dies, his soul is reunited with Eurydice, not in triumph, but in quietude. Two shadows walking together in the asphodel meadows, where the ordinary dead dwell. No fanfare, no golden apple, just peace. We may ask, why does this story endure? Because it is, perhaps, the most relatable of all. We have all looked back when we should have forged ahead. We have all doubted the promises given to us. We have all lost something or someone and wondered if, by some act of will or love, we could bring them back. Orpheus reminds us that love is powerful, but not omnipotent. That beauty can stir gods, but not undo fate. And that the greatest tragedies are not born from hatred, but from tenderness. So as you slip now into sleep, imagine a man with a lyre, standing alone at the mouth of a cave. The birds quiet, the trees leaning in. And somewhere just behind him, a figure fading into the mist. A single glance, a lifetime of regret. And yet still, the song goes on. Settle in, dear listener. The world grow quiet around you. In this chapter, we descend into one of the darkest corners of mythic romance. A tale not of hearts gently entwined, but of loyalty twisted into vengeance. A love so cursed, even the gods seem to wince and look away. Tonight, we meet Medea and Jason, a couple whose story begins with daring quests and dragon-guarded treasures, but ends, well, rather differently. If you've ever thought your exes were a bit traumatic, Rest assured, they've got nothing on this pair. Let us begin with Jason. Jason was the rightful heir to the throne of Iolcus, a city in Thessaly. Unfortunately, as so often happens in Greek mythology, someone else had pinched the crown. His uncle, Peleus, to be precise. When Jason came of age and demanded his birthright, Peleus, instead of simply giving it up like a reasonable chap, sighed, "Yes, yes, of course. But first, if you wouldn't mind terribly, just pop off and fetch the golden fleece." Now, the golden fleece was no ordinary garment. It came from a divine flying ram and was said to be imbued with magical properties and royal legitimacy. It also happened to be located in the distant land of Colchis, at the eastern edge of the known world, modern-day Georgia, more or less, guarded by a sleepless dragon, naturally. Jason, being a hero, or at least pretending to be one, accepted the quest. He assembled a ship, the Argo, and a crew of the greatest heroes of the age, Heracles, Orpheus, Atalanta, and more. They were called the Argonauts, and their journey was the Avengers, endgame of ancient Greece. But it is in Colchis that our story of love and of blood begins. Here we meet Medea. Now, Medea was no simple maiden. She was the daughter of King Aeates of Colchis, and a granddaughter of the sun god Helios. She was also a sorceress, trained in the magical arts, particularly skilled in potions, herbs, and you guessed it, creative revenge. When Jason arrived in Colchis and asked for the fleece, King Aeates, in a truly Olympic act of poor hospitality, agreed, on the condition that Jason yoke a pair of fire-breathing bulls, plow a field with them, sow it with dragon's teeth, and defeat the army of warriors that sprang up from the soil. A fair day's work. Jason, clearly out of his depth, was doomed to fail. Enter Medea, struck by love, or perhaps a divine curse. Medea fell for Jason at first sight, not the first woman to be undone by a charming but slightly clueless adventurer, and certainly not the last. With a mix of love and perhaps a smidgen of Aphrodite's interference, Medea offered Jason her help. She gave him an enchanted salve to protect him from the bull's fire, and instructed him on how to defeat the earthborn warriors. Throw a rock among them, and let them fight each other. A neat trick, and frankly one that might still work at family gatherings. Thanks to Medea, Jason completed the trials, but her father refused to give him the fleece, so naturally they stole it. Medea put the dragon guarding the fleece to sleep using her magic, and the pair fled Colchis together. So far, so dramatic, but it gets darker. To delay pursuit, Medea performed what might be politely called a distraction. She killed her own brother, Absyrtus, and scattered his body parts into the sea, forcing her father to stop and collect them. Now there are alternate versions of this moment, some less gruesome, some more. But in any case, it was a point of no return. Medea had betrayed her family, her homeland, and her blood, all for Jason. A gesture of love or obsession. And now, dear listener, comes the cruel twist. Jason would never love her as fiercely as she loved him. They returned to Iolcus, where Medea, ever the helpful witch, tricked Peleus's daughters into murdering their own father. By convincing them she could make him young again, as one does. Naturally, this didn't end well, and the couple were forced to flee again. Eventually, they settled in Corinth. Here they lived peacefully for a time, and had 2 children. Let us pause a moment here, not out of sentiment, but out of respect. This myth, you see, doesn't traffic in the grand theatrics of other love stories. It has no golden apples, no sieges of Troy, no divine transformations. It is a story of people, crushed by forces beyond their control, of gods who play with hearts as one might toy with dice. And yet, it remains one of the most devastating tales in the Greek canon. Euripides' Hippolytus first performed in 428 BCE at the city Dionysia. was awarded first prize. This wasn't his first attempt, mind you. An earlier, now lost version had portrayed Phaedra as more openly lustful and less morally tormented, something the Athenian audience found a bit too scandalous for comfort. In the second version, Euripides gave Phaedra her dignity. She is a victim, not a villain. Her passion, though unnatural, is fought against with everything she has. Her downfall is not that she loved, but that she could not confess, that she could not find a path out of the silence. As for Hippolytus, he is, to modern eyes, a bit of a cold fish. His obsession with purity borders on the pathological. In rejecting love altogether, he insults Aphrodite, yes, but also becomes incapable of compassion. His horror at Phaedra's confession is understandable. His refusal to offer any kindness is not. The myth, then, is a meditation on extremism, on the dangers of denying part of one's nature. Love, the Greeks believed, was not optional. It was a force to be honored, feared, and integrated. To reject it entirely was to invite disaster. And what of Theseus? He spends most of the myth offstage, arriving only in time to misjudge everyone and kill his own son. It's oddly poetic, given that Theseus' mythic career is full of grand gestures and poor follow-through. One might think of him as the original all-action, no introspection hero, a sword in one hand and a tragic misunderstanding in the other. In some later traditions, Artemis is said to have taken Hippolytus after death and restored him to life in a distant land under a new name, Virbius, a god of the forest in Roman lore. Worshipped in Italy, he became a local deity of the grove, a shadow of his former life. A beautiful, bittersweet footnote for a man who never wanted to be part of a love story. And Phaedra? Her name, over time, became synonymous with forbidden's longing. In later European literature, Racine's Phaedra, for example, her tale is retold again and again, each version wrestling with the same uncomfortable question. What do we do with desire that shouldn't exist? What happens when love becomes a curse? It's a question that echoes down the centuries in whispered stories and silent tears. Because Phaedra's tragedy is not just that she loved wrongly, it's that she had no place to put that love. No one to tell. No language for it that wouldn't bring ruin. So as we draw this chapter to a close, let us imagine them once more. Phaedra, pacing her chamber, lips bitten, eyes hollow. Hippolytus, aloof and proud, walking through a world he refuses to understand. Theseus, returning home to a silence more terrible than any monster's roar. And above them, as always, the gods, watching, smiling, stirring the pot. Because in Greek mythology, love is rarely a blessing. More often, it is a test, a trap, a beautifully wrapped disaster. And nowhere is that more painfully clear than in the love that was never returned and never allowed. So sleep now, dear listener. Let the shadows of Phaedra's palace fade into dream. Let the whisper of Artemis' footsteps pass softly through your mind. And remember, some of the most devastating love stories are not those that end in betrayal or war, but those that were never allowed to begin. Let us now open the scroll on a love story so catastrophic, so calamitous, that it launched 1,000 ships. And if you believe the poets, more than a few therapy sessions. It is a tale soaked in passion, betrayal, and the kind of poor decision-making that only comes from involving far too many gods in your dating life. This, dear listener, is the story of Paris and Helen, a romance so famously cursed it managed to drag the entire Greek world into a 10-year war, topple empires, and earn the eternal scorn of every Achaean widow for generations. Now, before Helen's abduction, before the Greeks set sail for Troy, and before Homer even sharpened his quill, there was a wedding. Not Paris and Helen's, mind you. This whole tragedy begins at someone else's reception. The wedding in question was between Peleus, a mortal king, and Thetis, a sea nymph. It was a divine affair, with the whole Olympian guest list in attendance. That is, except for one, Eris, the goddess of discord. An oversight, perhaps, or, given her reputation, a deliberate exclusion. Either way, Eris didn't take it well. She crashed the party anyway, bringing a gift as only a goddess of chaos could, a golden apple inscribed with 3 haunting words, "To the fairest." Now, one might think that tossing such an apple into a room full of immortals is a touch irresponsible. One would be absolutely correct. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite immediately began to bicker over who deserved the prize. Rather than settle the matter like mature goddesses, they did what any supernatural being would do. They found a mortal to judge them. Enter Paris, a Trojan prince and part-time shepherd, full-time heartthrob. The goddesses appeared before him, each offering a bribe. Hera promised power and kingship. Athena offered wisdom and military glory. Aphrodite, ever the strategist, offered the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. Helen of Sparta. Paris, not exactly known for his political foresight, chose Aphrodite. And just like that, the stage was set. Helen, unfortunately, was already married. Her husband, Menelaus, king of Sparta. A sturdy man with red hair, a temper, and the kind of pride that doesn't take kindly to foreign princes running off with his wife. Now let's pause here for a moment to consider Helen herself. Not the myth, but the woman. Born from an egg, yes. Really, Helen was the daughter of Zeus and Leda, though the logistics of that union are best left politely unexamined. Some say her divine lineage made her irresistibly beautiful. Others that her beauty was a curse in itself. Either way, every king in Greece wanted her hand. To avoid war, her foster father, Tyndareus, made all suitors swear an oath that they would defend Helen's chosen husband against any who tried to steal her away. The irony, of course, is that this oath would be used precisely when Helen decided, or was persuaded, to leave. The great question that has haunted poets for centuries is this: did Helen go willingly? Some versions say she fell madly in love with Paris, enchanted by Aphrodite's promise and the prince's charms. Others suggest she was abducted, spirited away from Sparta without consent. And a few, like the playwright Euripides in his play, Helen, suggest the real Helen never even went to Troy, and a phantom double was sent in her place. Whichever version you favor, the result is the same. Helen ended up in Troy, and the Greek world erupted in outrage. Menelaus, understandably miffed, called in the old oath. Agamemnon, his brother, and High King of Mycenae, rallied the Greek forces. One by one, the greatest heroes of the age were summoned. Odysseus, cunning and reluctant. Ajax, towering and unbreakable. Nestor, old and wise. And of course, Achilles, the peerless warrior with the infamous heel. Thus began the Trojan War, a campaign of epic proportions, immortalized by Homer in the Iliad, which, curiously, covers only a small segment of the war, specifically, a spat over a different woman entirely. We'll get to that drama in another chapter. For now, let us turn to the heart of the matter, the cursed love of Paris and Helen. Within the golden walls of Troy, they lived in uneasy splendor. Paris, brave enough to charm a goddess, but not quite brave enough to win a war. Helen, torn between guilt, longing, and the smoldering ruins of her reputation. The Trojans, for the most part, despised her. Though royalty by association, she was seen as the cause of endless death. The poet Homer describes her walking the battlements, cloaked in shame, haunted by her choices. And yet she remained. Why? Perhaps love? Perhaps fear? Perhaps the gods simply wouldn't let her leave? The Greek poet Stesichorus, writing in the 6th century BCE, tried to condemn Helen in verse, only to be struck blind. When he recanted and praised her instead, his sight was restored. The message was clear. Speak ill of Helen at your peril. Paris, for his part, was not especially helpful. Though handsome, he lacked his brother Hector's honor or strategic mind. He preferred archery to close combat, charm to discipline. In one of the war's pivotal duels, he fought Menelaus himself, only to be whisked away mid-fight by Aphrodite. When things began to go poorly, let's just say it didn't do much for his street cred. Eventually, of course, Paris met his end. Shot by the archer Philoctetes, with the very bow of Heracles no less, he died not in glory, but in exile, after Helen's charms had somewhat worn thin. As for Helen, well, her story didn't end in Troy. When the city finally fell, thanks to Odysseus' cunning and a certain wooden horse, Helen was spared. Menelaus, sword raised to strike her down, was said to be so struck by her beauty that he dropped the blade. This is forgiveness, or further evidence of her god-touched allure is anyone's guess. Together, they returned to Sparta. Not to bliss, perhaps, but to normalcy. Their later life is shrouded in ambiguity. Some say they lived peacefully. Others claim Helen fled again, this time to Rhodes, where she was hanged by a queen who blamed her for her husband's death in the war. In any case, Helen's legacy endured. To the Greeks, she was both victim and temptress. To the Romans, she was a warning. And to the modern world, she remains a mystery, a woman whose beauty was so profound it bent history itself. But let us step back from the fury and consider the deeper current of this tale. Helen and Paris were not merely lovers. They were instruments, tools of gods and prophecies, caught in the gears of destiny. Their passion, whether genuine or divine-induced, ignited forces far beyond their comprehension. This is what makes their love so cursed. It is not merely doomed. It is weaponized, used as a spark to light a decade of slaughter. The wrath of Achilles, the tears of Hecuba, the ashes of Priam's palace, all can be traced back to one golden apple, one judgment, and one stolen queen. And so, as you close your eyes tonight, picture the shores of Troy, lined with silent ships. Picture Helen, standing by the firelight, her face unreadable. Picture Paris, now in hand, seeking love in a world that has no room left for peace. It is a cruel irony, is it not, that the love which inspired such poetry also inspired such bloodshed? That the face which launched 1,000 ships could not shield a single soul from the gods' designs? Such is Greek mythology. Passionate, unforgiving, and utterly enthralling. Sleep now, dear listener. Let the flames of Troy flicker and fade. Let Helen's silhouette dissolve into dream. And remember, in the world of myth, love may be the noblest of emotions, but it is also the most dangerous. In the grand compendium of Greek tragedies, the tale of Orpheus and Eurydice sings its sorrow with quiet elegance, a melody of love, loss, and that most human of failings, doubt. Unlike the thunderous epics of heroes with bulging biceps and egos to match, this story is far more delicate, and perhaps all the more devastating for it. For here we find no clashing armies, no divine tempests, but rather a lyre, a longing, and a single glance that unspools the threads of hope. To begin, let us consider Orpheus, a figure less warrior than wonder-worker. He was born to the muse Calliope, herself a paragon of eloquence and song. Some say his father was King Oeagrus of Thrace, a mortal man, though others whisper the far more lyrical claim that Apollo, god of music, poetry, and inconvenient prophecies, was his sire. That would make Orpheus half divine, and if one listens to his music, it's rather hard to argue against it. Orpheus played the lyre, not as a skill, but as a second language. When he plucked its strings, the world responded. Stones softened, trees swayed in rhythm, and wild beasts gathered in harmony rather than hunger. Even the gods, notoriously difficult to impress, were said to pause mid-squabble to catch a note or two. In time, Orpheus's music found a muse of its own, Eurydice, a dryad nymph. Her presence in the myth is tantalizingly brief, yet powerful. Her name, meaning true justice, suggests a quiet dignity. She was no demigoddess or tempestuous deity, just a forest spirit with grace enough to ensnare the heart of the world's greatest musician. The two fell in love, and in most accounts was genuine, unmarred by trickery or divine coercion. For once, love was just love. Their marriage was to be a union of poetry and nature, of song and serenity. But as you may have already guessed, peace rarely lasts in tales penned by the ancient Greeks. During a walk, or, as some versions claim, while fleeing an amorous satyr, named Aristeus, Eurydice was bitten by a venomous serpent. She died almost instantly, and thus begins the descent, both literal and emotional. Orpheus, inconsolable, refused to accept her fate. Unlike most mortals, who simply sob into their wine and commission a few sad pottery scenes, he took up his lyre and journeyed to Hades, the underworld. Yes, he quite literally walked into death's domain. This was not metaphor, but myth at its most majestic dot now. The underworld, ruled by Hades and Persephone, was no weekend getaway. Souls lingered there in various states of gloom, from mildly inconvenient to eternally tormented. Cerberus, the three-headed hound, guarded its gates. The river Styx, dark and soul-sapping, surrounded it. Few entered alive. Fewer still returned. But Orpheus, armed only with his music and his grief, stepped into the gloom. He played, and the underworld listened. The lyre's lamentation echoed through the caverns of death. The Furies, ancient spirits of retribution, paused their shrieking and wept. Charon, the grumpy ferryman of the Styx, offered him a lift without the usual fare. Even Cerberus, a creature, best known for gnawing on heroes, curled up, soothed into a brief slumber by Orpheus's song dot, and when he reached the royal court of Hades and Persephone, he sang not of conquest, not of bargains, but of sorrow, of love lost, of hearts broken. He didn't demand Eurydice's return, he asked, a man stripped bare of pride, offering only melody. Remarkably, the rulers of the dead were moved. Whether it was the music, the mournful eyes, or perhaps just a slow day in the underworld docket, they relented. Eurydice could return to life, but naturally there was a catch. Orpheus must lead her out. She would follow, silent and invisible, but he must not look back until both had reached the land of the living. It was, as the ancients loved to do, a test of trust, of restraint, of faith. A simple instruction, wrapped in impossibility, Orpheus accepted. They began the journey, step by slow step, through cavern and gloom, ascending a winding path that leads from death back to dawn. Behind him he heard nothing, not a whisper, not a sigh. Eurydice followed, but like a dream one tries to hold on to upon waking, she remained intangible. Doubt crept in. Was she really there? Had Hades tricked him? Was this some cruel joke by the gods? And then, just as daylight cracked across the threshold, just as the air lightened and life beckoned, he turned a glance. Just one dot, and in that instant, Eurydice vanished. Her spirit, still within the bounds of death, was pulled back like smoke into shadow. Gone dot, there are few more gutting images in myth than Orpheus, reaching out into empty air, knowing he was the one who undid the miracle. Not the gods, not fate, but him. He tried to descend again, to plead once more. But the doors of Hades do not open twice for the same song. Even divine bureaucracy has its limits. And so he returned alone. The lyre, once vibrant, grew quiet. He wandered the earth in, Silence. A man exiled not from a place, but from hope. Some say he swore off women entirely, revolted by the pain of love. Others claim he turned to the companionship of men, echoing the customs of Orphic cults and certain poetic communities of the time. There are even tales that he roamed the wild hills, singing to the stars, waiting for death to catch up. Eventually it did. The agents of his end were Maenads, frenzied followers of Dionysus, the god of wine, madness, and parties that never end. Well, why they attacked him varies. Perhaps he rejected their god, or perhaps he simply refused to join their revels. Either way, they tore him limb from limb in a fit of divine-fueled ecstasy. Even in death, Orpheus had flair, his head still singing. Floated down the river Hebrus, eventually washing ashore on the island of Lesbos, where poets like Sappho would later redefine the lyric tradition. The gods, perhaps sheepish about the whole affair, placed his lyre among the stars as the constellation Lyra, so that his music might never be forgotten. Now let's take a moment to explore the deeper waters of this myth. Orpheus' tale is, in many ways, a parable of art's power and its limits. He could charm the very laws of nature, yet one human impulse, a glance, a moment of doubt, undid everything. It is a reminder that the most beautiful songs cannot always change the ending. Phaedra's love, unchosen and unbearable, becomes a curse. Hippolytus's lack of love becomes a challenge to divine order. There is, as ever in these tales, no safe path. And what of Artemis, Hippolytus's patron? Her intervention at the end of the tale is poignant and chilling. She promises to avenge Hippolytus by killing one of Aphrodite's mortal favorites in turn. There is a sense that even the gods are trapped in an eternal cycle of retaliation, unable to protect those they favor. There is a version, softer and less devastating, found in Roman literature. Seneca, and later the French dramatist Racine, offer variations in which Hippolytus survives, carried off by Artemis to be healed and hidden. But the Greeks, ever the pessimists, preferred their endings sharp and tragic. And now, dear listener, as your head rests softly upon your pillow, and the night air carries the fading echoes of ancient grief, let us reflect once more. Phaedra and Hippolytus are not lovers, not in any conventional sense. They are strangers caught in the same terrible web. Their love story is not about love at all, but the distortion of it, the curse of desire without choice, the silence of truth unheard, the ruin that comes not from malice, but from fear. It's a tale that asks us to look closely, not just at actions, but at motives, to consider how easily misunderstanding can destroy. How often, in myth as in life, tragedy blooms not from hatred, but from miscommunication, pride, and the inability to pause and ask, what really happened here? So as you drift now into sleep, let this story settle quietly in your thoughts, not as a cautionary tale, but as a gentle reminder. Speak gently, doubt slowly, and whatever you do, never underestimate a horse, a letter, or a god with a bruised ego. Ah, Paris and Helen, a pairing so legendary, so famously infamous, that it has come to symbolize the very notion of doomed romance. You'll find them in poetry and opera, in oil paintings and war propaganda, in dusty textbooks and dodgy pub quizzes. Yet, for all the attention they have received, one thing is certain. This was never a love story. Not truly. No. This was a cautionary tale masquerading as a romance. A myth soaked in beauty, blood, and a great deal of poor decision-making. Let us begin not with Helen, nor with Paris, but with a wedding. Specifically, the ill-fated nuptials of Peleus and Thetis. He, a mortal king. She, a sea nymph of the highest pedigree, with a temper that could sink a fleet. Their union, blessed, and meddled with by gods alike, marked the beginning of what would soon unravel into the Trojan War. You see, As with many a Greek tale, it all began because someone wasn't invited. The goddess Eris, deity of discord, had not received an invitation to the festivities, and rather than sulk quietly in the shadows, like a modern office colleague left off the group lunch email, Eris stormed the wedding and tossed a golden apple into the feast. Upon the apple was inscribed just 3 words, "To the fairest." Now, when 3 goddesses lay eyes on a golden apple and read the phrase "to the fairest," one can assume a certain level of measured response. Not here. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite all claimed it. And so began one of the pettiest yet most consequential beauty contests in history. Enter Paris, a Trojan prince living rather peaceably on Mount Ida, having been exiled in infancy due to a prophecy, foretelling he would one day bring ruin to Troy. Spoiler alert, the prophecy was quite accurate. The goddesses, unwilling to share a title or an apple, decided he would serve as the judge of their divine pageant, each goddess like a contestant. On an especially high-stakes talent show, offered Paris a bribe. Hera promised power. Athena promised wisdom and military glory. Aphrodite, the ultimate romantic, offered him the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris, being young, impetuous, and deeply committed to surface-level beauty, chose Aphrodite. In doing so, he not only secured a place in history, but signed a celestial permission slip for disaster. And who, you ask, was this promised paragon of beauty? Helen of Sparta, daughter of Zeus and Leda, the latter famously seduced or assaulted, depending on one's translation by Zeus, in the form of a swan. Helen's beauty was said to be unparalleled, so much so that Theseus, yes, our old friend from Chapter 9, once kidnapped her in her youth. But at the time of our story, Helen was married to Menelaus, king of Sparta and brother to Agamemnon, the king of kings in Mycenaean Greece. Paris, now committed to his prize, traveled to Sparta, was welcomed as a guest, and promptly seduced or spirited away. Helen. Some versions say she went willingly, others say she was taken. Greek myth is, as ever, delightfully inconsistent. But one thing is certain. Paris left with Helen, and Menelaus was furious. Cue the most ambitious retrieval operation of the Bronze Age, the Trojan War. Now it's worth pausing here to reflect. This wasn't just a domestic dispute. This was an all-star ensemble cast of Greek mythology. Achilles, Odysseus, Ajax, Nestor, Patroclus. A who's who of ancient heroism. And all supposedly rallied, not merely to help Menelaus reclaim his wife, but to uphold a pact. When Helen was of marrying age, her suitors had all sworn to defend the chosen husband against anyone who tried to take her. You see, everyone expected trouble. Helen was, after all, the mythical equivalent of a diplomatic incident waiting to happen. But beyond the shimmering surface of abducted wife lies a tangle of deeper themes. Helen wasn't merely a prize passed between men. She became a symbol of male pride, national honor, divine interference, and the enduring fear of feminine allure. Her beauty was seen not just as a blessing, but as a destabilizing force. A thing too powerful to exist unguarded. And what of Paris? Was he a great lover? A romantic hero? Not exactly. In Homer's Iliad, he is portrayed as, well, a bit soft, more fond of lounging in his chambers with Helen than facing the Greek champions. On the battlefield, his brother Hector, a genuine paragon of nobility, frequently rebukes him for his laziness and cowardice. Even Helen, in moments of weary honesty, mocks his martial inadequacy. Their relationship is complicated. In many retellings, Helen spends much of the war in Troy as a woman trapped by fate, by guilt, by circumstance. She is neither villain nor victim, but a blend of both. At times she regrets leaving Sparta. At others she blames the gods. Her ambiguity makes her one of the most psychologically rich characters in the mythological canon. Let us now turn to the war itself. 10 years of bloodshed, the death of heroes, the wrath of Achilles, the trickery of Odysseus, all to reclaim one woman, or more accurately, to restore male honor after it had been bruised. At least, that's what the song said. But beneath the surface, the Trojan War became a mythological crucible, a space where love, duty, revenge, and divine will collided. Helen's role after the war varies by source. In Homer, she is welcomed back by Menelaus. No trial, no execution, no banishment. It's as if the war never happened. The Trojans are dead, the city burned, but Helen returns to her palace and resumes her life. The ancient Greeks, it seems, had a rather flexible approach to reconciliation, provided you were beautiful. Enough. Later sources are less forgiving. Euripides, in his tragedy Helen, posits a version in which the real Helen was spirited away to Egypt by the gods, and a mere phantom, a cloud image, was taken to Troy in her place. This reinterpretation attempts to absolve Helen of blame entirely. A clever mythological loophole, one might say, though it does raise the question, why didn't the gods intervene earlier? The image of Helen as seductress, scapegoat, symbol, is perhaps the most potent in all classical mythology. She becomes a mirror for whatever society wishes to see. To some, she's the ultimate femme fatale. To others, a tragic pawn. Her story shifts, with the teller reflecting the anxieties of the age. And Paris? His end, unsurprisingly, is not heroic. He is mortally wounded by Philoctetes, wielding the very bow of Heracles. Paris seeks help from Oenone, his former lover, and a nymph who had the power to heal him. She refuses, still hurt by his betrayal. And so Paris dies, later filled with remorse. She throws herself onto his funeral pyre. A rather fiery footnote to an already charred love story. One might ask, did Helen and Paris ever really love each other? Or were they both caught in a storm of divine meddling, political ambition, and their own vanity? There's a line in Euripides' Trojan Women, where Helen defends herself before Hecuba, queen of the fallen city. She says, "It was the gods, not I." And perhaps that's true. In Greek myth, mortals are so often vessels for divine caprice. And yet, they suffer the consequences. The tale of Helen and Paris endures, not because it is romantic, but because it is recognizably human. A tangle of desire, mistake, pride, and regret. A tale where no one is truly innocent, and everyone pays the price. As you close your eyes tonight, consider this. The face that launched 1,000 ships also left 1,000 widows. The beauty that sparked a war ended in ruin, and the love that defied kings and gods alike ultimately led nowhere at all. Greek myths rarely offer happy endings, but they do offer truth wrapped in grandeur, adorned with gods, and echoing with the weight of mortal folly. So rest now, dear listener. Let Helen and Paris fade into the sea mist of memory, two shadows walking among the ruins of Troy. May your dreams be free of golden apples and vengeful goddesses. And if someone offers you a prize for being the fairest, politely decline, or at the very least, check for curses. Good night.